This week's question is going to be, what is something that your character fears the most? Would anyone like to start? Well, maybe not fears the most, just something that you fear in general.
I'm gonna give two. His long existing fear would be losing Molly permanently, and his current greatest fear would be his soul not being able to return to the world soul, being trapped on this plane instead of re-merging with their nature.
Nazul's is a little bit of a two-parter for the same thing. There's one, he fears that he can't regain his powers to what they were, and two, he fears more is if he loses them again.
Okay.
I think real dare is he's definitely afraid of the situation he's in, being in this land, being trapped here, and not being able to go back and see his family and reunite with them. That's definitely his bigger fear.
Frank, in this realm that he knows he's trapped in, that we all know we're sort of trapped in, would be a fear of a meaningless death, that nothing here seems to have any effect or a meaningful outcome to anything. So if we can't take down Strahd, no one's going to remember us, no one's going to know, it's just a meaningless existence.
And we definitely still hate Strahd.
Yes, well, most of us.
Does Frank seek a meaningful death, just as a general concept? Or is it
He
more
doesn't
just
seek death.
just
but
because he's here, he doesn't want a meaningless death?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
what's
okay, I'm trapped here, I haven't figured out why I'm trapped here, but it's, and at the moment, every action we've done, yes, we've made a bit of progress in what we think is the way to take down Strahd, because that's at the moment our only real goal is Strahd controls everything here, so if we can take out Strahd, we might be able to get home. But it's all the uncertainty of this place, of not knowing, and at the moment, nobody caring. There's no one actually actively working against Strahd that we know of, he would have found or anything. At the moment, our existence is meaningless in this place because Strahd has so much power.
I think for Elise, death doesn't really have a whole lot of meaning in a way. It's, for her, it's more not having her own will. With what Strahd has tried to do and is capable of taking someone and utterly stripping them of everything they are and bending them to whatever he wants them to be. That, I think, for her would be what she would fear, no longer being herself. She's already been two different people, and it's taken a long time for her to be kind of okay with who she is, but having that choice of who she is being taken away from her would be torture.
Okay.
And that is a pretty scary thought.
That's from
do the opposite. I don't know if you are sitting in the same spots. What do you think? What's your opinion of the character on your
Right. They
right?
did left last time.
Yeah.
Real Death's a coward. Like, at least doesn't have like she hasn't like experienced like the elven culture a whole lot. Like she's met elves obviously and things like that. Hasn't had too much dealings with them, but from the stories she always heard, they were very kind of looking down on other people and thinking themselves better than everyone else. But then seeing one and like really like for a somewhat extended period of time so far, seeing what they're like, she is surprisingly unimpressed.
Like they have this grand empire
And this is what
That's
they
what
are.
you get.
This is the individual, really. He's very intelligent and
that's
like
the representative of their entire race.
she's not denying his magical prowess at all, but definitely
No, like-
the man himself.
Cowardice is a name for the trait that my character has.
I had him last week for the same question, and I can't remember what I said, but it was something similar.
Yeah.
Nazil to Francis seems what a family member should be like. Like wouldn't say what my father was, but he's what I wish my father was like.
He's
Like,
Uncle Nelson.
yeah. Like but yeah, not overly. Like he's not overly protective, but he's always jumped out there. He's always headstrong. He's always looking out for everybody of the group.
Glendon's opinion. His biggest issue is that he doesn't feel that you actually want to be friends or have any kind of relationship with anyone in the party. They're just tools for survival, and that you're just with them because it's the best solution you have at the moment.
My character's coming across really well.
Success.
And yeah, and like that's the biggest issue for him, and he's also gets a little bit annoyed that you're so like grumpy and down.
This is actually good. It's reaffirming exactly what I wanted.
See, the thing that was going through my head is Real Deer thinks Glendon is like a really useful scout. He'll be really helpful to like this group survival, and like he's smart and like he's good at like doing the job. And he's like really protective, and that's useful.
It might be an acquired trait here.
Now Zul thinks he's still not sure of Elise. I mean, Elise did stab him a couple of times, so he's
I
still
think that happened on both sides as well. Like, don't know if to trust Elise. Makes sense.
don't fully know if you can trust Elise. Although he's gained a little bit more understanding of Elise, especially through the loss of Sebastian as well. That's something that Nazil can probably sympathize on. So, yeah, it's coming a little bit more to understanding, but it is difficult to get close to Elise, and that's one thing that Nazil isn't a huge fan of because he likes that whole close knit. Yeah. Everyone to look after each other. But he definitely does respect Elise.
Sounds good.
I'm waiting for the recap.
Yeah, it'd be good if I wrote one.
I mean, you guys
Oh.
just
I got shit.
as a group just say what you remember. It's just because I have those two messages from the Facebook chat.
Yeah.
I'm like, it was real juicy.
So you're making your way through Argynvostholt. And unfortunately, Glyndon got separated from the rest of the group. He was on the other side of those portcullises that came down.
We've managed to get it here.
He could have misty stepped through, but he didn't want to, or maybe he'd already used it.
There was reasons that he didn't come through.
Yeah.
Unexplained.
Then, not much else happened inside the watchtower until you got to the very top, I believe.
Well, the shadows that we fought, after we had removed the vengeful spirits that seemed to be possessing them, they spoke a bit about the leader of the knights, Vladimir Horngard, who was kind of corrupted and seeking revenge from the grave against Strahd. We also noticed...
Is that revenge against Strahd, like, in his current state?
In his current state. Like, we learned more later about that, but that's what we got at that point. There was also still that hungry creature that's lurking around somewhere that's burping.
Yeah, I do remember
There
the
was...
burps.
They found big pools of like this thick, sludgy saliva.
That had even...
And Elise caught like a glimpse of something very round and bulbous in the shadows when she flew outside the tower and looked into another room.
Yeah, because like the trail went to the window, I flew out and the trail went outside the window, up the wall into another room. So it's something that can climb on walls.
Like a snail?
Could be like a snail or
Or a
some sort of
slug.
ooze. We don't really know.
Oh, and there was two nice shining sets of armor
There was like
Plate
nice,
armor.
like full plate, like dragon.
with dragon symbols on that we left there.
We also learned that the knights here were starved to death. Strahd starved them.
Explains the food.
Kind of explain a little bit of the food theme.
Elise's pendant was starting to glow as well, the dragon pendant.
Oh, yep.
Very mildly at that point.
We found a trapdoor that led up into the open tower at the top, so it was like open to the sky. I'm assuming it wasn't always intended to be open to the sky, but half it was destroyed.
It's a ruin.
Yeah.
Right,
There were some ceremonial sarcophagi, like 4 in the corners of this little area, and then like a larger one in the center. And looking up, there was like a raised platform above that normally we couldn't reach, but with flight or spider climb we could. And we saw a knight stalking on the top, just kind of staring out at Castle Ravenloft, which we discerned was Vladimir Horngard, the leader of them. Was it on the roof we saw like writing in blood on the
Frank
ceilings?
found that, and it said our home is made of what was it? I have it here.
Oh yeah, there we are.
A home is built on fears and dreams. It was written in blood on the ceiling above the sarcophagi.
Yeah. And was it when we spoke to Vladimir, he was talking about when the dragon dreams its dream within its rightful tomb, the light of Argynvost will beam and rid this land of gloom. Was it he that said that? Was that a book that we found, or was it writing on
I think
something?
that might have been the writing on
That was
the
the
wall.
on the main sarcophagus, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
I was like, where was that? Yeah.
Because there was a whole lot of writing that was on
writing on
the
the
dais
wall.
upstairs.
The days
as
at the
well.
top in Celestial or Draconic? Draconic, that's right.
yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
So there was we started to fight. We didn't actually start fighting. It looked like we were about to start to fight Vladimir, and because you could talk his language, the Draconic, yes.
The Draconic,
So
that's right.
Real Dare was talking Draconic with Vladimir, and I wasn't sure what was happening. It kind of wasn't going anywhere, so I pulled out my pendant, dragon pendant, and he ceased that, and then we started talking a little bit more in.
But before that, he was like, "Are you an ally of Strahd, or are you against Strahd?"
Yeah.
And Real Dare was like, "Yes."
And he
And he
doesn't
was like, "Well, then you have to die."
he doesn't want to kill Strahd either.
He wants things to remain exactly as they are, so he suffers eternally.
Right.
He doesn't want him to find peace.
But he will help us if we bring the bones of
Argynvost,
Argynvost back.
which is their dragon.
Which are in
Yeah.
Strahd's castle.
Yeah,
Yes.
they're in Castle Ravenloft. Last
We
knowledge of
presume
is
they're.
Well, that's what he said.
Yeah, he said the last knowledge.
There's
is there.
also a sword that is probably in the ruins of the city that got flooded.
I'm trying to remember. Do we know the name of that town in the
Sword that,
little valley down there? I think I do, but I don't think I wrote it down.
That his brother used, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was his brother's sword.
Mm.
Apparently, a weapon of vengeance or something.
And then I went up and
It's just a sword.
Nothing special.
took a moment with there was a dais up the top, like a little water thing that I could see reflection into the sky, and I could see stars there, which is something that, because I've slightly changed my background, I was going to ask something about that in a minute. And I heard a voice saying,
You don't
I-
belong here.
"Huh?
You don't belong here. What else did
Yeah, I see you.
I see you.
I'll help you when I can."
That's right.
So a question now that I've kind of altered that, talking a little bit about the world that Nazil came from, and kind of altering things a little bit. The stars that I saw, were they of my plane?
You can make. What would that be? I'll let you do
Nature?
Arcana or Nature.
I am not good at either.
Even religion, especially from the
Actually-
previous world.
Well, maybe. Or
You
even
could, it
history.
could even like arguably just like
Honestly-
a raw intelligence check to remember.
Well,
You know, like
I was
religion could
more
work, history could work.
going to be looking for my specific
Yeah.
sign as well, but I think nearly everything of mine is going to be a straight roll.
And the flooded town is further down.
It's like further
the river
to
that
like
we're already
southeast
going
from
down.
where we are.
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
thing.
I think
Down
we're-
the hills.
Yeah,
The only thing I'm good at is
It's like down
perception,
there,
just
so.
seeing things, but
Because we were always going to
Little
check that out
5.
next day.
Yeah.
5.
it was only a small little area, so
I'll say even with the 5, you'll know that it's not the star sign that you've chosen. As far as I know, are you going with the one you sent me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's not that one, but it is another one of those from the
Okay.
zodiac.
okay.
But you don't remember which one it is specifically.
Yep.
So, what is your character just its background information, or like is there a class change, or
No.
No,
So
it's bad.
basically, instead of
Game of
me
Thrones.
drawing my power from a god, it's one of these signs.
Okay.
Previously,
Because there's the star druids.
Yeah.
I can't remember what they're actually called.
Yeah, circle stars.
no, still the same.
Yeah.
Shifting
East.
the
Moon. Yeah.
moon.
yeah, but Vladimir told us a bunch about his brother Sergei, who he hated. He desired his brother's wife, or to be, not wife to be. I don't think they, or had they been?
You're talking about the Tome of Strahd.
Yeah, so we got a
his
book.
diary.
Yeah.
his Strahd's diary.
We've got
now.
the tone
That's
of
right.
Strahd. Is that
I've
what we...
written it.
Yeah,
I've
there was the
written
big
it.
thing.
Yeah.
That was one of the big things.
Yeah.
that he said.
That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
tone
yeah.
of Strahd. Like Strahd
Okay.
diary.
Yeah, I've read all that.
That's right. He killed his brother at the wedding. That's what it was. It was. They were his bride to be.
Yeah, and that picture I think that I sent was of the final,
That was the top of the watch
like the
tower.
final watchtower. So,
Yep.
Yeah, so where we were up the top. So we end up fighting some skeletons that came out, which were being.
They were
Possessed.
like the bodies of
Possessed.
the knights that had been
Mm.
possessed by this smoky, spectral thing.
Some sort of
Just
And the
sense of
storm
everything.
was
So
getting pretty severe.
Oh,
and
yeah,
you could see
Strahd
the
was-
face
yeah.
of Strahd in the storm.
Strahd was like, "Oh, you're here. Fuck you with lightning."
There was like severe wind, lightning bolts hitting
He
the
almost got
tower.
pushed off the tower.
It was fine.
Okay. When you're like Strahd knows we're here, I'm like
Yeah, he pretty much
Strahd
did
knows
nothing.
where.
The
He did
interesting thing
the
is,
same amount of
out of
damage
all
as
of
you
us,
did in that fight.
you're the best one to go to the side.
And I was right.
I'm the best person to have
Illusion
nothing. Yeah.
wizard.
No,
Because
hanging
you
on
can.
to the side of
Oh,
the thing,
actually,
wind
Glendon, I
blowing
think, can as well.
with no
He was
strength.
fighting
But
yellow
I've been
birds.
apart from you being able to fly, but the non-flying ones because you
Like,
get
every time you try to
jump,
do
like,
something,
yeah.
the wind would just.
I can't. Yeah. In a couple of levels, I can then shift into a bird or something.
Where did we level up to level 5?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
I definitely did.
Does that mean we full rest or whatever?
No.
No.
No. That's only I got 23 hit points.
Yeah, I was waiting to hit that just to make sure.
It's like 23. Wow, that's rough. And then I'm like, oh,
10.
the cap is like in the 30s.
10 out of 22.
I'm guessing you were
Well,
slightly
not much more
wounded,
lethal, so-
and then just level up. increased your
Which is
max
it?
and your current
Because I'm-
by the same
Oh,
amount.
okay, yeah.
So you might.
So I'm like, I'm
I've got
pretty sure
16
that is more than what I
points,
had,
but
but
less armor,
36 out of
whereas
38. Yeah, it just boosted all.
Yeah,
It all.
yeah, I guess so.
D10.
It boosts the
Yeah,
number
right.
that is
That's
and max,
yeah, that would be the difference.
Alright, so is there anything else that happened?
Like we smashed, like there was
Oh,
a.
you also
there was-
found the diary of Melinda. The face of Melinda. That was an
Yes, that was
important
right.
one too.
I'm trying to remember who that was about.
And I think we were
Face of Melinda.
wanting
Was
to
that
have a
Melinda?
long rest. We were
Yes,
going to get
she
into that
was-
cage area.
This was a woman who knew Strahd before and after his vampirism.
It doesn't talk about Strahd.
Didn't it?
No.
Oh no, that's right. Never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Yeah, never mind. She was born to wed a prince of some sort of curse that she broke on herself. I didn't write much about that. But I think that was the other thing you sent through, wasn't it?
I don't know.
My knights have fallen and this land is lost.
No, that's
No, that was
Tome of Strahd.
I think that was what was written on the dais.
That was written on the
yeah,
dais.
that's right. That's
Okay, so those are the two messages. Was
So-
Strahd's diary and that one?
The face of Melinda was about a life of a woman named Melinda who'd sworn vows by her god to wed a young prince. However, through her own fear and crumbling faith in that god, she washed away her past, and her soul was free from the torment she'd endured. And the final text reads, endlessly gazing in nocturnal prime, she spoke of her vices and broke the rhyme. Most of the diary was like faded and weather beaten, so you couldn't get much out of it. But
Yeah.
Can mend it? Something?
It'll fix the pages. It won't really fix the ink.
Uh,
My understanding.
Yeah. Commend simple broken things that can't replace things that are now gone. Magic sword. Recommended. Really better come
So,
magical again.
you guys ended last session back in the hall with the portcullises
Yeah.
closed.
With you.
Yes, we got
Planning,
you.
yeah, you just managed to get through when they came back. It's funny how that works.
Then we ran out of time.
Yeah.
So I think we were talking about trying for a long
And you
rest.
guys were going to
Yeah.
have a long rest in this chamber while it was locked down. Is that still the plan?
That's still
Yes,
the plan. I think at least my idea was I'm gonna have like a short rest and then go do a long rest, just in case we get interrupted during a long rest.
Well, I definitely need a short rest to get my shifting back, but I'm tapped on spells. Apart from I do have 2 additional spell slots now, so
Hey, same.
yeah.
I have 3.
I have none.
Oh, actually, yeah, 3. But yeah.
I doubled my number of spell slots.
So did I.
I just got 2 level 3s.
We got level 2.
I just get an extra attack action. Well, not action. Yeah.
So did you?
Attack.
Are you doing
Again, so
Oh, you go short rest.
Short rest
No,
and
I was,
long
Because
Well,
of
you
your
can take a
trance
short
thing.
rest if you want and like hit the button.
yeah.
Yeah.
Get some extra hit points. Who's actually taking watch over the rest period for the long rest?
I would really like to take one of the first rests, so if I do watch it later on, I can shift.
I'll take. I mean, I haven't done anything. I mean, I am missing hit points and spell slots, but I'll take the
I'm
first
not
rest.
spending
First
because
watch.
I've already spent
With
4.
Molly
I
and-
actually have some later.
Yeah, I'll take the first one.
Nameless Wisp.
Random. Because if you only
I'll
have
take
one,
the
Could
you
one.
get
you
one back.
reset hit dice when you how
When
many?
you get a long rest, you get half of them rounded up. So you get 3 back.
Okay, so if I use 1 now,
Yeah.
because if I use 1, I get max.
Yeah.
So it's going to be Glendon, then Frank,
Yeah,
and
Oh.
I'll take a
I'm going to do
Oh.
the short rest and long rest because of what you said, I'll get
I'll-
everything back.
yeah.
Yeah,
I will.
I'm not going to get all of mine back regardless.
I can take a watch, like
I don't
second or
even get
third
anything-
watch.
I don't even get anything from a short rest
it's going to be
actually.
3.
I'll say I'll go the third.
Fourth. First, second, third.
No, fourth.
And you get to sleep.
No one trusts you. You're a coward.
Even though you need the least amount of sleep.
Absolutely. I'll probably be awake during the first 2 watches.
Hit die plus con, isn't it?
Yeah, plus con.
Is that a negative for you?
No, it's just nothing.
Okay.
Can you take a negative?
You can.
You can get -1.
So if you put leave it on 8 or whatever.
Yeah, you can do it.
My charisma.
That's a spicy choice for a wizard.
Yeah.
It's a spicy choice for any game.
Yeah.
For a barbarian.
So I chose my charisma as a -1, not just because not that Nazil can't talk. It's just he's intimidating to people, so they don't really listen to him in that way.
You can take the AC calculation.
I took it as
10
a-
plus Dex plus Con.
Basically, the
That's what
reason
you
he said
will.
about my character.
Metagaming play an 8 for Dex 8 Con barbarian. My AC is 8.
So
Yay.
long resting, or are we going to be interrupted?
Well, go through.
Alright, so
Roll for somebody.
Nazul, when you go to rest your eyes, when you close them, you can see the same pattern of stars that you saw in the dais, kind of against the black when your eyes are closed. And eventually Frank wakes you up to take your watch.
I'm gonna try and remember it and maybe scratch it into the floor.
Okay.
Just as a... So yeah, it's probably going to be foggy like a dream when you wake up, but
Yeah.
I'm going to try.
Like grasping at memories that are just falling away from you. During your watch, you're sitting there on the cold stone floor, kind of scratching away at the stonework,
Mm-hmm.
and you start to feel a little strange. And you start looking at your friends, and you notice that they're starting to fall apart. You watch as the whole world around you slowly starts to flake apart, like disintegrate into ashes. You look at your own hands and watch as your fingers start crumbling away. Do you do anything?
Nazil's probably going to be like, no, and I'm going to try and use magic to try and stop it. So I'm going to... I'm going to try and shift, but not just disguise self isn't full shift. So yeah, I'm going to try and shift into my favorite form, just to see if that helps.
Okay. Which form are you shifting into?
The little dinosaur.
The little dinosaur.
Yeah.
You shift, and by this point, half of your little raptor arm is gone. You're watching as your friends are like half disappeared and turned to ash. And it continues to invade and take you up to your shoulder and crawling up your neck. You're just falling apart, and everything around you is falling apart, the entire world.
I'm going to shift back and cure wounds on myself.
Do you have hands left?
I only lost one.
And we're going to need everybody else to re-roll their character.
Eventually it starts to take you, and sensations start to disappear. You can no longer touch things. You can no longer smell. You can no longer hear or see. All your senses are just gone. And the only thing that's left are memories and thoughts drifting through this black void of nothingness.
This is not a place that Nazul will want to be if it's just memories.
You imagine this must be what it feels like to be a ghost. Just a memory. Just a thought drifting through nothing. But then your eyes flutter open. And you're in a darkened room. Your eyes are still blurry. And just across the room you see a tall and slender elven man. who's dressed in a somewhat dirty but pretty nice looking suit. And he's also wearing a white apron which is stained with old blood. A deep widow's peak of white grey hair upon his balding head, and small round spectacles rest upon his prominent wedge-shaped nose. And beside him is another man, much smaller in size. The halfling is wearing a thick, very thick, also age-stained jacket. Its sleeves are far too long for him, and there are belts that are loosened off the sleeves, so his arms can move freely. His right shoulder seems elevated as though it were somehow melded to his neck in an abnormal way. And he's got a shock of this unkempt reddish-brown hair, and he's wearing this dark leather mask over his face, and across the left ear it seems to like it's stitched into his skin. And you hear, and in fact all of you, you're all dreaming. You hear this too. You don't see it, but something just invades your thoughts while you're sleeping. I need a drink of water first.
It appears to be working quite wonderful, wouldn't you say, Sigrid?
Yes, Master. Very well.
Distraction, please, Sigrid. The dream sequencer experiment has proven to be an extraordinary endeavor. While I plant these thoughts and images into their psyche, the subjects retain a sense of control over their actions and the ability to coordinate together and manipulate threads of fate, changing the outcome. Curiously, I have discovered certain inanimate objects have somehow manifested from the dream world into reality. How this came to be is a mystery to me still. Exhibit A, a coin that has manifested within the chamber in front of the tiefling woman. I sense a presence around it rooted in demonology, I suspect. Additional safety measures must be undertaken before examining it further, as I am no expert in the fields of demonology. Exhibit B, a silver dragon pendant manifested around the neck of the one I know as Nazul. His back is to you as well. He doesn't know you're awake.
I'm just going to let him
However,
talk.
upon attempting removal, it appears to be no more than an illusion. Yet I sense no magic.
I feel
It's
for
most
it.
curious. I suspect that this has something to do with the shards of paradise that I used to create the dream sequencer, and their nature rooted in creation magic, and perhaps the machine's connection to the Zendra aspect of cosmology. Finally, and most fascinating, have been the developments in regard to the half-orc. My findings suggest that he has died within this nightmare world, creating a separation of its consciousness from the physical body. While it still breathes and requires sustenance, the mind is somewhere else that I have not yet discovered. This finding supports one of my old students' theories about dualism, the separation of body and soul as two separate entities. However, further research is still required on Krozmar's theory. Did you get all of that, Sigrid?
Yes, Master. Master! Master! One of the subjects is awake!
Don't be ridiculous, Sigrid. He
I
turns.
produce fire in my hands.
Oh, what a curiosity.
Who are you? What have you done with us? I look around the room.
You do not remember me.
Do I remember?
Make just because you're in this foggy state, make an intelligence, just a general intelligence check for me. I told you this game's gonna get weird.
We're all hearing this, but we can't
You're
see
hearing
anything.
it. Yep. As far as you know, this is a bad dream, a weird dream.
Yeah, it's especially
Fuck the
weird
book.
for elves who don't dream normally.
Yeah.
So that's 15.
15.
It's like, this isn't part of my meditations. The fuck.
Happens to my warforged. Just like you're all having a dream. I'm like, ooh.
That's for you guys.
In your kind of blurry state, it's hard to make out like the distinct facial features, but he sounds familiar to you. And you haven't encountered many people recently. As you're looking around the room trying to get your vision back, you can see that there are 5 other people that you recognize from this Barovian nightmare that are in this same room with you. It looks like some kind of laboratory. Yourself and the 5 other figures are restrained, strapped onto these vertical metallic slabs. And around, you don't see it on yours, but you see on the others, around the headrest, there are small, very uneven and jagged crystals embedded in a circle. And they seem to refract this prismatic light inwards towards the temples of your friends, your allies. And in between each of the metal slabs, there is a perfectly symmetrical pyramid-shaped crystal. And in the center, a larger diamond-shaped crystal that's slowly spinning high above in the center. And you can you swear, but you're not entirely sure that this sounds like Marduk.
So when I tried to produce flames in my hand, I'm restrained.
Yeah.
Was I successful?
What components does the spell need? Does it have somatic?
Yeah, it does.
You won't be able to. That's when you realize your hands are actually locked in to this.
Okay.
What do you recall? Do you remember who you are? Your own name.
I am Azul at this point. And you are my Duke.
Very good.
And at that point, I'm going to shift into a small spider.
Okay.
Can I shift? Is there something stopping me?
You shift. You feel your body fall away from the platform, and then everything goes black. You awaken. You see your sleeping friends around you in the hall that you went to sleep in. It was a very abrupt interruption of what was happening.
No.
I'm just going to throw a whole lot of fire on the ground and explode.
What?
Dare say that that's probably woken you guys up.
Yeah. It would have definitely woken most of us up.
Joke.
Yeah, you're all awoken suddenly by a blast of fire on stone.
And Nazul is very angrily pacing. With both his hands engulfed in fire. And he is not impressed.
Crossbow drawn, looking around the room, waiting for something to come through a wall.
He is not here.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? It's a fucking weird dream.
You had a dream too?
Yeah, I was fucking...
What was your dream? What did you see?
I didn't see anything.
You saw from. I'll say you saw from his perspective.
Oh, so we all saw from.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What did you see?
Well, I was you.
You do.
Did you see a
Elf and a halfling?
yes,
Fucked
mad
up halfling.
yes, the
That's rude.
The voice was really weird. That's good.
that was Marjuk.
Your
Who the
Duke.
fuck is that?
Marjuk. He is a powerful necromancer. Here's why I do not have a home. Here's why I do not have powers.
What the fuck is he talking about? Dream sequencer? What the fuck is that?
I have a feeling that we are just a part of one of his experiments. I'm not sure. This seems real, but you've noticed it too, Glendon. The earth doesn't feel right.
I thought that was Strahd.
I too put it down to the reality of this room, but
I will also remind that Frank and Real Dare recognize the name Marmaduke. I don't blame you for not recalling it because it was today, but
What was it on?
I have this open. I recognized it. I'm just not saying anything.
I just
I
want to
didn't
make sure
recognize
that
it
you
because
know.
I read it once.
Kind of remembering, go through. I'm gonna reach, and try to check myself for the item. Do I still have it?
You do.
Okay.
And my pendant is still there.
It is.
Real
Real
Dare, you're smart. You've read books, many, I assume.
Yes.
You are no necromancer, I know that, but could this be possible? Could this...
No magic I've ever heard of can induce sleep in one of my kind. So this is something else.
Shards of Paradise that he talked about, is that something that... Obviously Paradise, I know.
Yeah.
Was there shards that I put in to
No.
eliminate power, or
So
these are...
something he did.
I'm assuming those shards of paradise that he talked about were... When I awoke after they came in and destroyed my paradise, everything was gone. Like he drew the life out of it all. Even Vex. Vex was my partner. My life partner. She was also drained of life.
Sounds like necromancy.
Well, it is.
Did you sleep, Molly? Did you drink? She would like nod or...
You can speak telepathically.
I think
No,
in
she understands my
Understands.
languages. So she can't say yes, but she can be like, do a gesture that's...
She will, when you say that, kind of rub up against your leg and cower a little bit. She's slightly, she's shaking a little bit.
This is a really bad sign.
But what are y'all suggesting? This isn't real? This is all some dream?
Well, what's real?
How long ago did Marduk...
We knew this.
I'm literally taking a dagger and just cutting my hand open. This is real.
But we knew this
You
plane
perceive
was...
it as real.
I heal your
Not-
wound. Real is Real comes in many forms. Real comes in many planes. I can't actually remember how long ago it's been. 30 years? 20? I wondered for a while. I somewhat slipped into dark places for a while.
Marduk is known to our order. Suspected of necromancy.
Your order?
The Brotherhood that worked for those knife years.
Real dare.
I'm writing in a book.
What you know about Marduk?
I've heard of him. He's a powerful enemy that the Brotherhood of Phobos are after.
Sorry, what did you say? The Brotherhood of
Phobos.
Okay, cool.
I have not heard of the Brotherhood of Phobos, but I have not heard much from outside my lands.
It was
What else can you tell me of him?
his health that went bad. Once a highly respected medical professional, surgeon, suspected of human experimentation. Alvin, right here too.
What sort of experiments?
Blood magic, necromancy,
You know what he was trying to get? What he was trying to find?
he disappeared.
All that I can tell you. He was after immortality. He was after something that I had, and
Right.
he could not.
I'll say, Frank, that the people that your order are searching for evidence of, the people that escaped the trials, most of them were seeking immortality, but in different ways. But yeah.
He was jealous of what Vex and I created. We could create life. We created life. Sustained it. I did not age a bit for 100 odd years. Not a single bit.
I can imagine a man seeking immortality would be drawn towards finding out where you gain the power from.
I would not share it with him.
I suspect it as such, but there are, from what I've heard of Marduk, he can twist the mind and he can get people to say things that they don't want to say.
I do not actually remember much of fighting him. I remember he had a lot of minions. And it took paradise quickly. And then I awoke.
We saw 5 others in the tables. Did we see who they were?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was
Plus 5 plus shoes or. What the fuck was
Well.
that then?
Of lives, the right.
he's
Perhaps Shuzor is still alive in some form.
Maybe he never died in the first place. What if none of us are alive or dead? It's a fucking dream.
well, I know I'm alive. I woke up. He seemed to think that all you were alive.
Right, and Shuzor as well.
What if it's just a dream?
Well, we need to wake up.
Elves don't dream.
Well, you clearly did.
And we all had the same
So
dream.
what happened wasn't really a dream. It was something else. something that we need to be wary of.
I was talking about a theory of someone about dualism, and someone was Croz's theory. He was talking about.
He mentioned the separation of the body and the soul. Molly's proof of that.
I know that this is possible.
What confuses me is, before I thought this was a demi-plane. And it made sense that it pulled people from lots of places. But how did I end up with you?
What if this whole place is a dream?
Yeah. So if we take that premise, and what we saw is the real world, how am I with you in the real world?
What connects us?
I'm not
Shuzor and I were
there.
connected. He was a spirit guide to his clan, and I helped him. I'm sure of it.
Perhaps you were just the first person he implanted with different memories.
How are you three linked? You two seem linked.
Frank and I were hunting for Marduk and his allies.
He just.
You were out hunting him.
That was one of our goals.
That was my mission.
That links us.
Last time I can think of when I first met you, you were out in the forest hunting some. There was some undead incursion out there, and you found me there.
Necromancers.
I lived for years there after that.
Strange. Can't even think what was behind that.
At what point
But if this
did
is
we get abducted?
right, if this was a dream, was
Was
everything after that point, even in where we came from, was that a dream?
We all met in the tavern.
Well, not.
Well, no. When did we didn't meet you in the tavern? That's odd.
Or maybe what Realdare said, that you were perhaps the first, and then us five were a further experiment later.
I have been here longer than you.
It
At
is.
least you think you have been here longer than we have.
Dreams work in weird ways all the time.
Well, it seems like they can make us think what we want, whatever he wants us to think.
Think about it this way. Strahd's gonna be pissed when he figures out he's not God here.
Well, I mean, even if this place isn't real, Strahd's still in charge.
In the rules of this game he's made. So what the fuck's the point of it all?
Been asking that ever since we got here.
Perhaps if we find a way out of this plane, we might find some more answers.
He slipped once. He can slip again. So, when I was awake, did I feel the same power that I have now?
Yes.
I seem to be getting more connection. Connection back to my sign. This is something that I lost for a very long time. I seem to have been getting more since I've been here than any for the years before that. I say continue. regain power or gain power.
I see no other method of attempting it, so
And when he slips
continue
again.
forward.
I'll be more powerful then. Maybe not so naive.
Perhaps we can experiment with sleep magic. If us sleeping here showed us that world, maybe we can do it again. Maybe we can find a way to force real dare to sleep.
That's a good point, Clinton.
I mean, I like the enthusiasm, but I doubt anything we've got can do that. Or anything that we'll be able to get. This Marduk fella, he's doing stuff that shouldn't be possible.
I've seen a lot of things that shouldn't be possible over my years.
Well, yes, but
You've hinted a few times that you have not always had wings,
correct.
and you talk about impossibilities.
Well, I've heard of it before. But no, I understand what you mean.
I mean, real dare here can create something that, I'm sure it's real. It's not though.
There's a difference between thinking something's real and feeling it, experiencing it, living it for who knows how long, for years.
Like I've heard of illusions that actually feel real.
There are masters back at the Collegia that can create worlds within worlds that people could spend their entire lives within.
But that world is real.
But to them it is real. Illusion magic philosophy.
Just meaning that I doubt any of us will have any sort of capability to try to do the sort of things this fellow's doing.
If I wasn't so naive to his plans, I think I could have stopped him back then. I just was trusting, too trusting. I left my guard open.
That's a useless thought. The past is the past.
Or is it?
No, you.
Either way, I see no benefit to continue talking about it now. We should get the rest that we can and move on. We have, even if this realm is an illusion, it's very clear that it's capable of doing us harm. We need to press on.
I thought I hated Strahd. I actually wanted to kill him. I wanted to burn him from the inside out. That is pale comparison of what I feel to Marduk. Pale.
Keep that in mind. Meditate.
I think I need to rest some more. Regain strength. I am wearing out.
Who's what?
I think that was during the...
That was mine.
So I think mine was next. That's everything I want to do while everyone else is asleep.
Do you go back to rest?
I'm gonna try to.
You close your eyes. You see that same pattern of stars that slowly fades away until you find sleep.
Yeah.
At least you'll watch. You said you wanted to do something.
Yeah. Is any of this real?
message you or?
It's up to you.
It lands on its edge.
Yeah, it's like. Oh. Like, it's flat down there, and then it stands up.
I'll just speak. With your acceptance of my offering, you've certainly made me real. I've made my way into the material plane now, but I'm still looking out for you.
And the D100.
Yep.
Well, that's useful for Clinton's existing theory.
Other than that, I do want to take my 50 feet of rope and cut it up into a segment of 5 feet, 10 feet, 15 feet, and the remaining 20.
Okay. Just cause.
There's a good reason.
For reasons.
That's recommending reason.
Also make a perception check on your watch.
Not great. Plus 5, 13.
You can hear, in addition to the thunder, heavy breathing, distant, maybe in a nearby room.
Yes. Like, does it just, like, for a moment, does it, like, come into audible distance and then move away afterwards, or?
Kind of comes and goes. You'll hear it for 5 seconds, then 10 minutes of silence, and you'll hear it again. Something creeping around, stalking, maybe watching. You don't know.
But I definitely don't see anything.
You don't see anything, just hear it. You just hear it.
Cool. I will go out to. I will actually do this before I finish the long rest I'm making. I'll just take my 5 foot length of rope and kind of coil, like grab the edge of the cloak and kind of coil it around one end, and then kind of like I'm like kind of wrapping the rope in the cloak and then kind of pull it down as the rope starts to float by itself. It's like a rope trick.
I was wondering if I should take rope trick, but
Get it automatically. And then I'll just kind of hop inside for 5 minutes. Just see if I can still perceive out through the hole, through the gap.
the invisible window thing.
Yeah. Well, it says you can see out of it. It says you can hear out of it because it is an extra dimensional space. I don't know if it'll be able to. I'll actually, because I can see out of it. So that for like the second half of my watch, I'll just be looking out at everyone from inside. That's nice.
Coward.
Make one more
I am
perception check for your
experimenting.
watch.
Yeah, I don't think he's hiding. I think he's experimenting with other dimensions.
18.
That's what I was gonna do.
Yeah, I couldn't quite fit my notes in there.
I'd already put a 10 in there, so it's probably...
Towards the end of your watch, because are you like in a above and you're looking down?
Yeah,
at
I'll probably
everyone?
would have done the 10 foot rope so I'm a bit above so I can see everyone.
You notice something. It's fairly like dim light here, slithering along the ground. It's probably 8 or so inches wide,
Okay.
50 cents.
and it's kind of moving its way towards real death.
Like, but I can't really. Like 8 inches wide. Is it like a blob? Is it a?
It's long. You can't see.
Like a
end.
worm.
Kind of worm-like. Yeah.
Okay. In that point, I will, climb out and kind of move over towards it. And do I still see it? If I move over towards this strange shape.
When you jump out of the whatever you want to call it,
Rope
trick
space,
dimension.
yeah.
Yep. The tongue, the tongue. You see it's a tongue. Immediately it retracts, and you see these huge yellow eyes in the darkness, and it just runs away. And you can see along the whole hall, there's this thick sludge kind of trailing.
At like how far through the rest would this be?
This is like half an hour to go.
Okay. So like, if you took the first watch, so you would need this. I suppose you two would need this. Because I've had all the sleep I need. I've seen the rest,
took a
and
short
you
rest at the
can
start,
meditate
so-
nearly 4 hours, so you're good.
Well, but I think I stayed awake during most of their watches.
Oh, that's right. It was like it's like. Yeah, I'll.
Need to wake me. I took a short rest at the start.
Well, we can wait. We can go back to sleep afterwards. Like the actual like half an hour won't matter. We'll just take the extra half hour. Yeah, I will. I'll wake you first, Frank. I kind of shake it. There's something here. And I'll kind of get my short sword and kind of loudly scrape it against the wall to wake everyone up. There was something here that was trying to eat you.
I'll wake up. As I wake up, I'll engulf fire straight away. What's happening?
There was something. Looked like a tongue. It was slithering from under the doorway, trying to eat you. And I saw. I mean, you said there was like the thick trail of sludge that was there, yeah. And there was some dark yellow eyes up in the darkness.
They look big eyes. They'll probably like
You know, eyes the
6
size
inch
of
diameter.
a little bit bigger than an apple. And kind of darted off into the distance.
We should be on high alert for the rest of our time here and leave as soon as possible.
Right.
Oh, we could hunt it.
Well, I thought that was our plan to begin with. Figure out whatever this fucking hungry creature is and get rid of it.
Let's finish our rest.
Not sure I'll be getting back to sleep.
Right.
Put up an alarm.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Yeah, I was like,
Between us, we'll alarm the doors.
yeah, I was like, someone has that. Seems like a good idea.
Like out loud.
Oh yeah.
Just like a loud alarm that's in your head.
And I'll use the spell slot first. I'm about to get all my spell slots back, so I won't do it as a ritual.
I don't think I have this spell slot. I don't know. So.
So you're just waiting out the rest of the long rest?
Yeah.
You see no further sign of this
Mm-hmm.
creature. You complete your long rest.
Yeah, we're all just like.
Somebody press the button for us!
Sorry, I forgot to give the confirmation.
Yeah, it times out after 3 seconds, so we need that confirmation.
Look at all of those spell slots.
I'd say up to 2 hit
Yeah,
hit dice.
that's what I was thinking as well. And it doesn't round up for the hit dice.
That's
which
alright.
is weird.
That means I've got 4 instead of 5.
Oh, does it?
Apparently, like D&D Beyond only it rounds down for the hit dice regaining.
I think mine rounds it off.
I'm just going
Mine
to
did
take
not.
that because I literally did it for like 2 hit points before. So
Unless
you
I
are
didn't
going to get
properly
back.
take the short rest thing. Like
Maybe you didn't like spend them.
I might not have properly spent them.
So you're all refreshed. It's probably 4 or 5 in the morning
Oh,
at this point.
yeah.
It's quite early.
Yeah.
I can. No, I need to go in for a charge.
We'll say it's 6 a.m., like the new dawn when you wake up.
Right, so you said that.
I have to
Now,
reset.
you notice that the engraving you did on the stonework has a faint blue glow in the points of the stars. It's
Okay.
very faint.
Do you guys know much about the signs, star signs, in our
We
world?
took rudimentary courses in the Collegium. What specifically were you looking for?
This one, I saw it in the dais upstairs, and I see it in my eyes when I closed my eyes before. It is not mine, and I do not recognize it.
Well, if you took rudimentary courses,
Just real rudimentary. Like,
You would
this is what the signs is.
it's the star sign of Zendra, of fate, dreams, and illusion.
It's the star sign of Zendra. Her roles is fate, dreams, and delusion.
Can I make a nature roll to see if like I know it from out my sky?
Sure. Actually, I'll just say you wouldn't recognize it from where you're from.
This makes sense, because if he was going to draw power from anything, from anywhere, to do this, that would be the one. That would be the one that I would choose.
Not in my studies, we never really drew power directly from the signs. We draw our power from the weave of magic. So I don't really know. We didn't go in depth into studying it.
I drew my power from one. Orion.
I've heard it's much like how clerics draw power from the gods. I don't know the specifics.
It's this sign of harvest hunt in nature.
Makes sense.
I guess you can see why I would roll. Why and why? Because of it.
Also, Marduk mentioned Zendra as well.
I
I said a lot, so I don't know if you caught that or not.
I did remember.
I super caught it.
I said the machine's connection to Zendra.
I do remember that
aspect of
now.
cosmology. You kind of gathered that he wasn't sure if the coin and the pendant manifesting in reality was due to the shards of paradise or the machine's connection to Zendra. He's trying to figure out how that happened. He doesn't understand.
Elise,
Hmm?
it's actually another question. Coin. He specifically stated a coin about you. My
Oh.
pendant,
Nice.
your coin.
Nice. Oh, got a lucky coin. I've had it for a while.
Did you find it here?
Had it?
Did you find it when...
The soul coin.
Did he offer you? He offered me.
Hmm?
What was his name? The gambler. He was making a specific offer. When I was laying there, unconscious, he offered me an out.
But I wasn't.
You
I
were
wasn't
unconscious,
dying.
but you were under his control.
That I was.
Did he make an offer to you?
Not quite sure if I'd call it an offer. I suppose there was no deal.
But is that linked to your coin? His coin?
Oh, he gave it to me.
And what does that mean?
What do you mean? What does it mean?
Does that mean
What does the coin represent? What's the connection with you and the gang?
Not quite sure, to be honest. There was something familiar about him. Something I couldn't quite account for.
On the note of the gambler, does anyone know any demon names?
I think he
Not real demon
he didn't
names.
give me a name.
Oh no, he didn't tell you his
No,
name.
he didn't exactly.
It seemed like the madman, Duke, was very confused about the demon and demonology, and he admitted he lacks knowledge. If we could communicate with the demon, that would be very useful.
A risky plan, but
What would
perhaps
you
one
gain
worth.
from that?
Well, my assumption is that demons can traverse from wherever that place is to wherever we are.
Right?
So we just have to find out how they do it.
That is an interesting idea, Glenn.
Well, that's a question. What if it's a demon? What if would he have been created by all this and then somehow escaped the dream, or is he real and he got trapped in here and now he made his way back out?
Can you
He didn't seem
communicate with
trapped.
him?
Remember he was collecting souls to ferry around?
So their magic is just some way of. I mean, I've heard of him being able to travel the planes, but not into. Is this even a dream?
And what about dream demons? I'm sure that's a thing.
Yeah, probably.
I have heard of fiendish creatures being able to manipulate dreams.
I've heard of a few.
Hags, I think, or something.
Hags aren't demons. They're
Something.
fake. I know that, but shit.
Yeah, certainly mostly supernatural.
Well, that's certain.
Anyway, were we going to go hunt this tongue creature?
While all that conversation was going on, that's what I was doing, is looking at slime, looking at the... Trying
Frank's
to...
like,
Yeah.
fucking nerds!
Let's look at this
Police.
slime.
I'm going to be very to the point with this. Can we trust you? The last time we were dealing with that coin and that guy, you stabbed me.
I did. I remember. That's the annoying part. The remembering what you did.
So does that mean you remember where the coins went? We all had coins, and when we woke up they were gone.
Well, from my understanding, those were his coins, so he probably took them. He had souls, and he was taking them elsewhere. Probably best that we didn't have them, honestly.
I still have some coins.
I would
I'm
have
guessing they
agreed
weren't
before,
his.
but right now soul coins seem like they could be useful. And do they even have souls? If this is a dream,
What, you think they're fake souls?
Either way, they have some power.
In this place, anyway. But no, if this demon is... If he's real, and he's traveling from this dream realm to the real realm, those souls must have real power. So why would he be here?
Can you contact him?
Occasionally.
Can we talk to him?
Not at the moment, unfortunately. Takes Elizabeth time to recharge.
Very well. I understand. Shall we go hunt this blubbersome creature?
If it's not already dead. I think one of us has been gone for a while now.
We haven't gone.
Oh, okay. I thought
We're
you'd
still in
already
this
left.
room, I assume.
We're still, like, locked in.
Examining the slime, I assume.
Portcullis isn't down.
Is it slithering like through the portcullis? Yeah.
Well, I think you were saying
The
it's
tongue.
tongue for
Yeah.
I had assumed we were in control of the portcullis.
Oh, no, but
Put
they're
it
all
down.
down, yeah.
We are controlled.
They are
but
down intentionally this time.
Right. Yeah. So you could leave if you wanted.
First time they weren't, but this time
Yeah.
they
I don't. I think it would be hard for him to leave stealthily. I think we'd all like
Because
notice
you
the
have to
second.
Oh.
physically lift them
Yeah.
up.
Also, it was a two-person job to
Yeah.
get them up. There's a little plate that I lever while someone else is lifting.
It's all a matter of leverage.
Yeah.
So is that what you guys want to do? Hunt the creature?
I was just about to question that.
Other people want to go do. I'm super not interested in that. And I suggested as such last night. But
We finished with this place. We're ready
He
to
hasn't
visit
attacked
the
us.
drowned city.
I
We
think
do have to come
that
back
is-
here. Well, if we can get the remains.
That's the thing. If that thing's left to sit here, because I'm trying to remember how it a year ago that this place was starved to death. No, it was a long time ago. That's
This
right.
is-
The year was
Hundreds of years.
yeah.
Like, you're not even sure.
Right.
as long as old as Strahd is, basically,
Right.
is all we know, which we don't know how.
That's
old
right.
that
It's
is.
just like as soon as he became an empire.
He hasn't attacked us directly.
Well, he tried to eat one of us.
When we're
Leave him
asleep.
be for now.
We could just go.
my vote would be with leaving well enough alone.
Right. I'd leave.
It's not like this is a town.
That is true.
No, and there's nothing else out there.
Experience
I
so
guess,
far of
and-
creatures in this place. If we don't need to kill it, don't try.
Let's go check out this drowned town.
Agreed.
See if we can find this sword.
There is like a little part of me that just wants to know what the fuck it is.
I think we'll find out eventually.
Open back up the portcullis. Just put it that direction.
But yeah, we don't need to even do the leverage one. We could go through the one that Glendon got caught out.
Yeah, that's
Mm.
right.
I assumed we could have done the same with that one. Or... Yeah.
Yeah, you take a moment to walk out. Still quite dark. Early morning.
Got my lamp.
So I think there was only one actual road, and that went,
Headed back around from where we came.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you could either go like cross country towards
Like,
the
like
flooded
down
area,
the hill
or you
towards
could
it, or
trail
all the way
around
back.
on the road.
Well, the first question is, are the horses still
Does that
there and
say-
alive?
Yeah, are the horses there?
The horses are still there.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay.
We didn't kill off the horses.
What are their
Not a
names?
freak.
I did.
Swiftfire, Reinhardt.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure I wrote those down.
Yeah, boy, that annoys me, but I love it. It's brilliant.
I feel like
Not
when
right
we
there.
were like unlock the revivify spell, it's going to be mostly used to revive
Annoys
horse.
Frank. No, I understand. I love it.
I'll give them both a little bit of a pat. Make sure they have food. They've
Yep.
been.
They're excited to see you. It's probably a scary night for them.
So this path continues down beside the river, or is it washed
No,
away?
so the path that we came to get
Oh, we
here, we
need
would
to
have
go
to
down the
circle
cliff,
all the way
yeah.
back around, or we can go right handedly. That's the next question.
I'm-
Is there any sort of path that we can go
Is it
that
actually
the
like
horse will be
over a
able to?
cliff,
Or is it just
on a
like,
mountain?
like a hilly area?
or can't
Up
we
to
tell?
the east.
Yeah, just going
Yeah.
straight down to the
Um,
town.
I think it's like a very level decline, sort of
Mhm.
like it's muddy area, but it's not
Well,
difficult
it
terrain.
will be quite muddy as well, but we can try that.
I mean,
The-
it seems
Like the
all the
valley
fucking
kind
way
of
around.
goes downward until it hits the edge of the mountain range.
Because we can try and go down kind of
like sideways.
like
Yeah.
like straight
I
towards
think
the
it's
road.
down like here.
Yeah, and then make our way down the road instead of going cross country the whole way.
I
Yeah,
mean,
kind of
if we
angle
like,
down to the road.
we can also we can start going that way. And if it's not working, we can just like go back around.
So I think we'll try and go east-ish, straight to the road, and then go south down.
Hop on top of Swiftfire.
Oh, there's a big river in the way too, isn't there?
I thought we were on the same side as the river.
Like there's a path on this side of the river from what this map is showing us. Because I know there were two different maps,
Ah.
so I can't remember.
So we were looking at. Because we're here, correct?
We're on that like
Q, and I think we're going to U, aren't we? Or have we got it wrong?
Yeah, the one I'm looking at doesn't have letters.
No, Russ's had letters.
Yeah.
I think we're all assuming the same thing off our map or Russ's map.
Just assuming you guys are
I
using
could
the
go
spot.
find Russ's map. It would be
Uh,
easy.
we all-
I assume so.
Yeah. Hey, I'm-
Yeah.
Metagame wise, I'm a bad metagamer sometimes, so I refuse to go through that shit. Don't give myself the opportunity.
Oh yeah, you are.
Sometimes
Yeah.
I cannot be trusted.
So we were thinking straight down here, and then
In
go along
regards
this
to the
road.
demon thing, and your
If
like,
this isn't a cliff.
Mhm.
I'd already written my demon theory down before any of that happened.
that just goes seamless, doesn't it?
I was like, it's not metagaming because I already wrote it down.
I definitely noticed that in the
I think that's where
the monologue of.
Is that where we're going? U.
Let me just double check.
And we're at Q at the moment. Is what I thought.
Like the two things were like, one, demon seems to be able to fuck with it. Two, he admits he doesn't have
Yeah.
the sufficient
So
knowledge
we're-
of demons.
we're
So like that's
here.
what we have.
Yeah. So we're thinking go down this hill.
Does anybody?
If it's not a cliff,
Oh, there is
and
a-
then,
So this is
and then
contract
yeah.
Oh wait.
land and then
Yeah, and then
Double
kind of go
50
down
flat.
this path down beside the
yeah.
down beside the creek river.
Interviews.
Yeah, down beside the Luna River. So straight towards Luna River and then following that along.
Look,
And then
I'll always be
follow-
$200, so I'm not.
Sorry, accidentally
Looking, yeah,
tried
trying
to
to
put
price.
anything out. I just communed with God, and He is aware of
So we are going.
where we are going.
God's like
so
that
just
path
go
doesn't
straight
indeed
down,
exist.
and then down this path.
So this is where we are.
That's
Yeah,
where we
make
are,
sure it
and
was
this is
right.
where we're going.
So we just kind
down
of
here.
convert
So-
down to the road and then.
Yeah, and the road down beside the river there.
I mean, it only goes like so far. That path.
Oh yeah, it kind of looks like it goes all the way, and then it kind of like it does
It,
look
like,
like it goes
fades
all the
off.
way. It does fade.
Alright.
I might.
Moving stealthily, fast, slow. What do you want to do?
I think we're moving like if we're doing like the sort of the off-road thing, we want to try to move like safely.
Yeah.
So it's not so much stealth, just like making sure we don't
Slowish.
injure the horses.
Yeah, get it bogged, wreck a tire, that sort of thing.
And I'll be like a
I
little
guess
bit.
slowly.
Yeah. I'll be a little bit ahead, just seeing if I can look out for anything before the horses get to it, just so I can.
So maybe give me a survival check with advantage. Just get one person to do it. To kind of navigate through this
Probably better at it than
I
uneven
might-
land. That's
I
a bit
might
muddy.
lead this.
Yeah, I think that's better.
Yeah, the ranger or the druid should
Oh.
lead us.
Plus, you can
Fine.
communicate with the horses and like help guide them.
Well, I was going to steer Reinhardt, and I'm guessing you'll be on the back with me. You've got your own mount. You're
I'm-
flying
yeah.
ahead as being a scout, and you have
I have my animals.
So survival. 18.
So you manage to navigate your way over the kind of muddy swampy area and find the road, and kind of head south down towards where you know the ruins are. So the trail kind of hugs alongside the river for a few miles, and eventually, like, the road's kind of muddy, but you come to an area which is almost bog-like, like it's quite damp.
So you probably can't get the cart through that.
It would be extremely difficult.
Do we want to leave the horses here? Try and look around for like nice trees or something like that.
Yeah, like are we within sort of like line of sight of the town?
Like how long do we travel?
I don't know. Damn, I don't know how much is left of the town.
Before
We're still
the
line
town.
of sight it.
The place that once was a town.
You're probably, like, you can see the ruins just ahead of you at this
Okay.
point.
So we have gone.
Yeah.
Probably just tie up the horses here.
Oh, so the ruins are on this side of the river.
Yeah, I was mistaken about that.
I can see them. It's like two little
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm
blobs
assuming.
in a
it is now.
hex.
So there seems to be a bit of fog and mist kind of in this lower area of the valley. So it's hard to see exactly what's going on in there from this distance anyway.
I'm going to ask the horses if they would prefer to be left untied, and if they would like, and make sure they're not going to run away on us. I'm going to cast Speak with Animals.
Okay, good.
Will you not run away? Would you prefer to be left untied? If you stay in this area, we will return. We're just going to check out this place.
Reinhardt responds,
I think we're pretty safe here. You guys go on ahead.
Very well. Don't run off on us.
and Swiftfire's like, no, come on, let's go. I want to see what's up there. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Ka-chow.
I was picturing not the Sonic movie that came out, but the shitty one that was first.
Reinhardt says, we'll be fine. We'll wait for your return.
I also have advantage if I need to try and influence them as well.
Well, Reinhardt seems pretty cool.
Yeah.
You can make a check for Swiftfire.
Was this like animal handling?
Sure.
It is now.
11?
Or persuade. Actually, it'd probably be persuasion because you're actually speaking.
Yeah, I think animal handling is
You know what?
usually
I'll let you
all
choose.
Your best ever.
You can choose.
It'll be, 11.
11? I think that's fine. It's Swiftfire's like, oh man.
You can run around this little area.
Yeah, but it's just not the same.
Well, I'll inform you of everything that we see. Bring you something back, something.
Sweet. And he just kind of starts galloping around.
They are
Everything
fine.
good?
Okay, cool.
We just see the horses go.
Yeah,
We need to bring Swiftfire back something, though.
Okay.
Right.
We start walking down towards the town. I start ritually preparing detect magic.
I've got my lantern lit and crossbow.
I'll fly like 20 feet above everyone. It's like a little bit of advantage. Not too high to attract ridiculous attention, but you know, hopefully they still would be able to see me though.
So kind of scattered throughout the marsh and the mud, kind of half buried even, are these old peasant cottages. The walls are thick with black mildew. They've been here for a little while. Roofs are mostly caved in. And yeah, there's just everywhere you look about, there's these clouds of flies that kind of merge and disperse, and just they're everywhere.
I'm trying to remember back, but did someone have a... we all got the cards drawn out.
Yeah,
Was there one of them about a flood?
I think that was mine.
Yeah.
So let me go back
We
to
just
it.
did one.
You stand within a village among a crowd of people as you see a titanic wave, destructive wave, crash of roiling smoke heading towards you. It crashes upon the village, flooding it with a destructive force that drowns the village. As you are thrust around with this turbulent rush of smoke, you see a beam of light cascading down below amidst this drowned village. The Conjurer is a card of power and strength, held with a weapon of vengeance. I see a dead village, drowned by a river, ruled by one who has brought great evil to the world. So it is.
I'm like, that sword could be here. Oh no, it's guarded.
It was.
As we're traveling through, I would like to use minor illusion to make knocking sounds on each of the buildings as we go past, just to see if I get any response.
Do you tell us about this as you're doing it?
You can hear it.
We can hear, but do we know it's you?
Who's making all those knocking sort of sounds?
I'd be used like knocking.
Real dare,
Oh,
is this
okay.
you again?
Well, as you walk into the town, the area, the ruins, you can see there's a little bit of an open area which has a bunch of scarecrows set up. There's elements of buildings kind of on the right and on the left, and a few others further ahead. But yeah, there's this big field of scarecrows.
Can I see any crows?
No, they scare them away.
They're doing their job.
Can I talk to them?
With the travel that we've gone, has dawn come yet?
No,
No, yeah, okay. Cool.
it didn't take you that long to get here.
Oh,
Do you
I've got
mean
fire
has
up
there
there.
been a dawn since like last night?
Yeah.
Well, dawn this morning when we got up.
It's like 4:35 a.m. at the moment. I
I
assume.
said it was
Oh.
dawn when you woke up.
Oh, did you say? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I must have missed that. I must have misheard.
Yeah, because I was happy because I reset my.
I see. I misheard.
I
Tattoo.
thought you got it because I said it, and then you're like, "Oh, I'll use my coin." And I'm like,
No, I assumed
Oh,
it
okay.
was.
Sorry.
So, in that case, would I have used it? Would it still be used then? Like when I used it, then was
if you
had-
hadn't used it that previous day,
Yeah.
then it should be
So-
recharged.
So dawn happened after I used it, just in the rest.
Yeah, because you were on the last watch.
I was on the last
so
watch.
I'd say yes.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
No, it's alright. I think it's a me mishearing is what happened. That means my glasses recharged.
You do notice that the scarecrows are stuffed with raven feathers instead of hay.
That's real creepy.
There's probably about 7 scarecrows.
Action is knocking with minor illusion. Bonus action is enchanting my stones over and over again.
I'm going to infuse power into my weapon.
Do I feel any magic that I'm not already aware of?
Just in general?
Detect magic.
Oh, detect magic.
Yep.
Um,
Assuming it's
A lot within us.
Yeah, but like I'm already aware of you guys.
There's 7 different things here.
He's like, I'm trying to look
No,
for
not
hints
at
of
the
magic,
moment.
and we're like,
No.
spell.
You're casting spells on stones. I'm like, bam, infusing fire coming out of one hand.
Spitting a coin here.
so,
My hands
which
just
way do you
light
want
up.
to go? So there's...
Is there a map you can chuck in the campaign thing, or is it like?
No, I can do that.
Okay.
Just give me a
I
minute.
was like, I don't know if it contains information we shouldn't be seeing.
And these are going off the book anyway.
Mm.
Yeah, so he could have his own custom map. He could have his own custom map.
No.
No, you still use their maps. You just come up with different ideas. On
Yeah.
Shit's in
Yeah,
different
you
locations.
need to redo the legend, basically.
One of the best things about those is the map.
up with cauldron dice set? Nothing. It's just still can't believe that they tell you the dice set the first centuries.
Okay, map should be in the DM notes, the public DM notes.
I'll need to refresh. Okay.
So you guys are just coming down that main road in the top right corner, and you're about at that where it forks to the left and right.
And the big thing that says
Correct.
scarecrows is where all the scarecrows are.
Yeah, in that field. And you got some old peasant cottages on your right and left.
Thatchwood cottages.
What's the title of the map?
Perez.
Whereas
It's the first one.
should be at the top.
Need a refresh.
I have 3 times.
On the chart.
Nope.
I think
I'll just
I'm gonna,
close the page and try reopening it.
I'm gonna try to make my way towards the scarecrows and get like a bit of a closer look at them.
Like I said, they're stuffed with raven feathers, crow feathers. But other than that, appear to be inanimate.
And detect magic still.
There's
Cool.
Do we want to go check out some of the buildings?
That makes sense. We should. What, from the ruined state of it, do we have any idea what the structure to the south of the town is?
the structure to the south.
The one with like
looks
the,
like
the
a
trees
church or
in the
something.
middle.
The one, just
okay.
the one down there.
Yeah.
It is a ruined mansion.
I figure we'll.
You also see a large tree, which is
That orange thing.
the orangey looking thing,
Oh, it's
kind of
under
over
it.
the field from the
Let's go to
scarecrows.
the tree.
And it's got a cottage sitting on top of it.
Cottage on top of a tree.
Let's go to the tree.
That seems like something worth
That's Baba
investigating.
Yaga's
Yeah.
big chicken legs walking along.
It's a tree, not a chicken.
Have you not seen that?
It's a tree house, but has chicken legs.
Yeah, and walks
Yeah,
around.
but this is a whole tree.
As far as you know.
Until the chicken legs spring up.
So remember, it has to be legally distinct from the original story.
I guess we are recording and uploading now, so copyrights are real.
My last video got copyright claimed
For the music.
for like 20 seconds of it.
Aren't they unlisted?
That Luke Studios I showed you,
they
that was
were.
last month. So. I actually had the.
But they
No
still
one
claim-
watches them anyway, so I just put it public.
Yeah.
It's like you can get all of the zero ad revenue that I'm getting from
Yeah,
this.
exactly. I don't care.
You should
If
put
they
ads
want
in.
to, if they want to claim it, they
Yeah.
can claim it. Alright, so the
Looks like that.
structures on your right. It's just a cluster of ruined stone cottages separated by low stone walls. You can kind of make out what's inside just due to the nature, the state of the buildings, and there's not like just ruined furniture, things like that. People's old lives in there.
Kind of like go through and just see if I can find anything
Just
interesting.
have a rummage.
Yeah.
Yeah, make a perception check, I guess.
15.
15. You do find, 15. You catch a glint of silver kind of sticking out of the dirt, and you brush away some of the mud, and it's an old, just a chain necklace.
Is there anything on it, or is it just
It's
a chain?
just a chain. It's probably worth 10 gold.
So we want to head towards the treehouse. definitely interested in the treehouse.
I'll just let you know what the other things
Wait.
look like as well. So, do you have numbers on your map? No, you
No.
don't. So the far left structure looks to be like some kind of church.
Yep.
Church. That's a mansion. And the ruins down the bottom are similar to the ones up top. They're just old peasant houses. Is there anything else?
Literally was just this little town. Nothing sinister here.
Nothing at all.
When I kind of just.
Oh, sorry. There's also a monument further west.
Yeah, the little dot in line
Yeah.
with the mansion.
That's kind of obscured by the mist
Oh,
a
I
little bit.
see.
You can tell it's there, but
There's a thing out there that we should go
There's a
read
thing.
at some point.
Mm-hmm.
it's most of what you see at the moment.
As I returned from that little house, I was kind of scouting around a little bit. I'll grab out a satchel. I found this. It's interesting.
What the
Silver
chain?
chain.
You don't know about that.
Yeah, we're asking what you're showing us.
I am showing. I opened up a bag and I was like, there's a couple of potions in here and a book.
What need would peasants have for potions?
Not really sure.
What's the book?
Everyone can get sick.
Normally, they're
well,
wealthy enough to afford potions.
This one, I mean, that looked like a potion of healing. This one's a bit larger. These two, I'm not quite sure what those are. Don't know what color those ones are. The different ones.
I'm not too sure.
I'm trying to think if there's actually the item might say.
Let's just say a silvery.
It does say it's a syrupy liquid, looks like liquefied iron.
Yeah, okay. So I'll say it's like a silver liquid with just like swirling white, glittery,
Is it like mercury?
mercury-looking. Yeah.
Anyone know what this might be? There's two of them.
I'm sure I could identify them.
I'll, like,
Make
give one
a
to you.
wisdom saving throw for me too.
Looks like mercury.
Ooh, that's good. That's good. 19.
Proceed.
Cool. And the book has written. Well, the title was A Fair Judgment. If I remember. I think that's what I wrote down.
Where do you get this bullshit from? Metagaming.
Yeah.
Is it a good read?
Do you want to say it? Or?
I haven't got it open.
I've got it
but
here.
yeah.
So it would be a book describing about the Order of the Silver Dragon, the code of conduct and laws, things like that. I suppose it depends how long we'd go through it as to how much we would learn.
Would you have looked at it on your long rest?
I would have.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
but I kind of like in character I would describe it as like
Well then, done.
yeah. So,
It's a book about the silver dragons. It's
oh, might be something interesting.
code of conduct.
I'd like to read that.
I'm happy to let Lyndon do the identifying.
Do you have the spell or?
I have it as a ritual, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna do it as a ritual, so we could do one each at the
Sure.
same time. I mean, I'm proficient with my alchemy kit, like I could,
And me.
but I don't want to drink any of them.
I have a herb
Poison!
which I think is
Herbalism
more
would be for the potions of
healing
healing.
potions, but you already know what they are. Who wants the healing potions?
Well, I think I'd like to have one.
In my experience, if I get hit, I tend to go down fairly quickly. It might be more useful for one of the people that can survive more than a couple of attacks by any enemies we find.
Can you open it without opposable thumbs?
I have an opposable thumb.
When you're a beastly creature.
It's one opposable thumb.
But you,
Two fingers.
no, what he means when you're a beast. Your gear does meld with you, stopping you from being able to use it.
Just
I
scratches
could
off a
open
scale.
it, but it wouldn't exist in this realm at that point. It
Unless
would be
it's
a
in someone
part
else.
of me. Like you just get a spike and your finger and you like into the and you can still grab.
Yeah, it's not like quite a posable thumb, but there's enough. There's enough of a motion there.
Put,
Or I
put
just
one with
eat it
Molly
all.
and her gear.
really easy.
Wisp can probably deliver it.
Just hold
Crack
it
it
above
like an
the-
egg.
Yeah, it's like an egg.
But I can also heal myself as in the other form. I heal myself internally.
That's the question. Us two, and I think Lyndon as well, we can all heal with magic. Perhaps it'd be better for you to have something like this.
Well, my suggestion was
Not opposed.
give it, like, put it on Molly's saddle tab.
Yeah.
I'll just toss them around for anyone.
And Wisp
I'm
here
curious
is.
just to
Wisp has hands, so he should be able to pop a potion.
Chop peanut butter.
I mean, rules is written, he can as well, but. What are they?
Peanut
Chop
butter.
peanut butter pie.
Pie.
I have to
Pie
try
in there
now.
for some
They're
reason.
like, there's not enough ingredients.
Because the top is crust.
What flavor is this pie? Pie flavor.
I'm like, wait.
It's just the pie crust.
Why is it
it's no filling.
specifically a chopped peanut butter pie?
So it looks
It
like
tastes good,
there's
though.
two halves to the.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think I've got it on the chocolate.
Chocolate in my peanut butter.
My Ceresis wants to be wrong.
so did you say you guys are heading towards the hut?
Treehouse.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I meant, the treehouse.
Yes.
Are you going across the field or around?
Across the field.
Okay. That's fine.
I'm on like super high alert.
I'm on detect magic alert.
I'm on my Lantern of Revealing and Crossbow alert.
I'm on my loot alert.
If it's been enough time, I'll keep on kind of redoing slowly.
Lyndon's issue is one, if these scarecrows are here, they've been put here since the rain, like the
Yeah.
wave. And two, someone made them out of fucking ravens. Which they're an a-hole.
Which is a super like meta like. Ooh yeah.
I'm not impressed about that either.
Alright, so it seems someone has built this ramshackle hut, this wooden hut, on the stump of what was once an enormous tree.
Oh, it's like it's a stump.
It's a stump of a tree. It's really big. The rotting roots of the stump kind of thrust up out of the mire like giant spider legs. And you can see above you there's an open doorway visible on one side of the hut. But the bottom of the hut, hang on a minute, is like this hollowed out skull, upside down skull. It's massive. And flanking the doorway of the hut, there's these two iron cages that are dangling like these hideous ornaments from the eaves.
Is there anything in them?
Yes, there's scores of ravens trapped in each one. They're squawking and fluttering.
This is probably going to be pretty painful for me. It probably hasn't been that long. My talk to animals might still be up. Because we only just walked from the horses to here.
Yeah.
It's up for 10 minutes. Would it still be up?
Sure. Yep.
So do I understand what they're...
Fine.
What?
They're screaming, "Let us out, help us. She's going to kill us."
Be on guard, there is animals here. It is a she.
They're making a racket as you approach.
Not sure about you fellas, but
Calm, ravens. Calm.
I look like one of
It's
the
not gonna
scarecrows right now.
I'm not even...
he's gonna work.
Yeah, I was going to say you'd probably have disadvantage, you'd get advantage, so it would be a straight roll if you want to try.
I'll try if I get something amazing.
Can I assist him? I can communicate with small animals.
Well, you already had advantage.
I already have advantage.
Ah,
And
right,
there's
yeah.
disadvantage
yeah.
because of their state.
It's like a 13 for animal handling.
They ignore your attempts to calm them down, just keep squawking. You can kind of hear it echoing throughout the valley.
Man, I wish I had taken a different spell now. I need to get in and open
Animal friendship.
that. No,
That's too many creatures.
I think there was like a. No, that might not be yet. Meld metal or something like that.
Nope.
Sorry. I was like, I have a spell edge metal, heat metal.
Yeah, I just like,
Just cook the person.
Hey man, quiet them down.
Yeah. Shh. Alright, cook you.
So you
Can I see it?
On the ground, there's this probably 7-foot long skull that's upside down and hollowed out.
Wow, 7 foot
It
long.
looks like it's probably a giant skull.
With the cages with the ravens in it, where can I? Is there any like opening hatch? Like,
Do you want to climb up and have a look?
okay, they're a bit high up. I was just seeing if I could see it from.
They're like next to the door.
how like high is the stump before it turns into a house?
Say 20 feet.
Can I see that high up with where, if there are handles, can I see that high up?
Yeah, you probably gather that they're locked. But yeah, there are. There's a way to open it, but it's probably locked.
Yeah, I don't know about you fellas, but I'm getting a sense of those fairy tales you read about a hag living in a house with all sorts of creepy shit.
What are these fairy tales you speak of?
Stories you read, books, you know.
Mostly used to scare young children, but
Normally
in this
that's what I'm
realm,
saying.
they
Baba Yaga come in the night with a pencil.
seem more real than ever.
Hmm.
Just something about the place just doesn't feel quite right.
Well,
And the fact that it's a she.
if
hag.
she's trapping and killing ravens, she can't be good.
I do not like this.
What
Shall
are
we
the
go up and investigate?
Right, because if it's a hag, what the fuck are there scarecrows for?
So is there like stairs going up to the?
Did you want to burn the scarecrows first then?
I mean, I don't not want to do that, but I feel like it's better waiting until we figure out what they're there for.
Yeah, there are stairs leading up.
I'll start heading up.
I'll stop T-posing.
Go, my stones ready.
So you kind of approach over the top where you can see in.
Okay. Well,
The hut's about 15 feet across, like on each side, and is packed with really old furniture. Like it's really tightly packed in there, not a lot of room to move around. And you can see a wooden cot and this wicker cabinet, an old slender wardrobe and a wooden table, a barrel-topped wooden chest that's reinforced with brass handles. Sorry, brass bands around it, I mean. And an iron tub, which is stained with blood. You can kind of see it leaking over.
Hearing a lot of flammable
And
stuff.
in the very center of the room, around all the junk and debris that you can see, there is a ghastly, pretty small wooden crib with this angelic-looking baby sitting in it.
Like, alive?
Appears to be
Awake or asleep?
awake.
I'm going to knock on the door.
Oh, the door's like wide open.
Oh, the door's wide
That's
open.
why you can see straight in. You can also see this green light kind of peeking through the floorboards, like something underneath the house is shining upwards.
I'm gonna like fly around to the other side of the house just to see if I can see anything that's gonna stick a little perimeter.
Okay. Make a perception check. You can see kind of in the corner of the room this really, really old looking woman. His long hands kind of grasping the edge of the crib and rocking it back and forward. She's got like these really long white hair and just like green, dark olive green robes. You
Yeah.
don't see that though.
So I was going to have a look around the interior first before I start speaking, and then I was going to speak.
What are you doing, sorry?
I'm going to scan the interior just to see what I can see.
I've pretty much described
And then-
everything that you can see.
But I can't see the hag. 'Cause she's hiding
You can
from
see a hand reaching over and rocking the crib.
I'm going to tap on the door twice at the open door. Hail. I am Nazul.
Why don't you come in, Nazul?
Very well. I also have some friends. We're travelers.
You're all, of course, very welcome.
Much appreciated.
I'm just gonna fly down back to the others and just say, I'm pretty sure he's talking to a hag up in there with some sort of angel baby on a crib. Shit's fucked up.
I'm gonna walk in using my spear as a walking stick. Make it look like I need it.
I'll fly back around to where it was at the back.
I'm going to walk in as well. Softly, gently, gliding.
You can detect some illusion magic up in here.
I whisper to Nazul and say, "Be careful, your eyes may deceive you here."
Thank you, real dad.
I'm not willing to cross the threshold, standing at the open door.
What is your name?
Many call me Baba Lisaga. Call it. And the rest of you, Nazul.
I am Nazul.
My name is Real Dad.
I'm not inside.
Outside we
We're at
have
the doorway.
we got Glyndon outside and Frank and also Elise. They
Glyndon curses.
Piece of shit.
so this is why you don't use your true name as your name.
Well, he was gonna give a false name, but you've given his real one.
You think Real Dad's my real name?
That's my point.
Yeah, what kind of fucking name is real there?
And why have you so freely wandered to my domain?
We came here in search of a sword. We heard it was lost here and we were interested in seeing if we could find it.
And what sword do you speak of?
A sword of justice, a sword of vengeance.
Sword of power.
A sword of the sun.
Perhaps that might be what we seek. The same said sword.
Have you heard of this? I'm assuming by the way you mentioned the name.
Indeed, I have.
Perhaps you know where it is.
Perhaps I do. What do you offer in exchange for such information?
His coin.
We have
Buy it from him.
not much in currency. I only have I have a few of these Barovian coins that I.
Barovian coins.
But apart from that, we do not have currency.
Perhaps we could.
If your intentions are to hurt my boy Strahd, you're going to have to offer something great.
Why would we be wanting to hurt your boy?
Not my child. But I do favor him.
But why would? What makes you think that we want to harm him?
You seek the sword of vengeance. You wish to do him harm. Do you not?
We wish to get power.
There is no power for people like you here. Only death.
I beg to differ.
If that is why you have come to me to seek death, I can, of course, oblige.
I would like to see you try.
We're getting you a magic muzzle.
This is not why.
Visibility.
What would you seek in return for the sword?
I've been here a long time. I do not wish to remain here forever.
Where do you wish to go? There are many exciting places where we come from. If we gain the sword, then we seek to gain our way back there.
You have nothing to offer me.
Well, if you will not tell us where the sword is, then I guess...
If would I have heard this, like going on, I'll kind of fly around and very hesitantly step inside. Where are you exactly trying to go to?
There is a place called the Amber Temple.
You're saying amber.
Amber.
Amber Temple. Sorry, she's a bit quiet.
She like the fruit.
And where is this Amber Temple?
To the southwest, I believe.
Perhaps we could assist you on your journey in exchange for the sword.
Perhaps you can clear out the denizens of the temple.
And why are you wanting to go there? What's in there for you?
You don't need to know.
If you would like to.
I'm sure you would.
Clearing the place out would be good.
It is very dangerous.
I'd bet.
Perhaps
Guarding what I think they're guarding over there.
Know all about it, do you?
I've heard about it.
Would you like to enlighten your friends?
I suppose there's no harm. That book I found, didn't find it here.
Go on.
I found it back at Argynvost home. It talks about the reason Argynvost made this lair of his in this area wasn't just for the scenic view. It was a place called the Amber Temple, a place where they kept powerful evil artifacts and guarded it. And he wanted to make sure that if anything were to happen, he would be close by to stop it. He wanted to make sure whatever's in there stayed there.
Well, if what you say is true, which based on Bubba's.
Sucker?
No, I know. I'm trying to work out a way to say it. If what you say is true and based on Bubba's reaction, it is. I do not know if we are strong enough to clear it out for you. Perhaps if we had the sword, we could more thoroughly ensure it is cleansed.
Oh, I don't wish for you to destroy the evil within.
I
wish
assume
for you
that
to destroy the Guardians.
perhaps with the sword that we might more easily destroy the Guardians.
You think I'm a fool?
I think that we are out of our depth and we do not know. This land is full of many dangers and
Indeed it is, and I'm one of them.
Well, if you're so dangerous, why can't you clear it out yourself?
I would imagine it's warded against creatures of your kind.
It is a great source of good. I cannot penetrate such magic. You, however, are more pure of heart. Destroy the denizens, and I will give you the sword.
If, as you say, we are pure of heart and you are less so, then surely we are the ones that can be more readily trusted in this arrangement. How do we know that you will hand over the sword once we have cleared it out?
We can make a deal. Binding. She puts out a long hand, long fingers. A deal would be a deal. I would be bound as much as you would.
Could I make some sort of check to see if she's telling the truth? Like, would she be bound? Would she be...
She'll make a history, unless you want to make something else.
history or or just insight if I think that she's telling the truth about it? Either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can make an insight check.
Kind of more like whether she's telling the truth on that, and whether even if she wasn't bound, would she still honour her word? Kind of thing.
Do we know what sort of creature she is that we're assuming she's a hag?
Assuming she's a hag.
You haven't determined it, but she looks pretty old and witchy.
So, yeah, well,
You could make assumptions.
me
that
as
she's
a
hag.
in my profession.
18 on insight.
18. You gather that she really wants you to do this thing for her. Whether she's telling the truth about a binding deal, you're not sure. If your assumption is that she's a hag, I guess at least Frank would know that if she made a deal, it would be binding. If she is a hag.
I'm not much for making deals, as you say, those types of deals in these lands. They seem to always have a clause that isn't fully stated. We will go to this temple and we'll see what we can do.
Very well.
Do you know where it is?
I couldn't come up with a rules lawyer. Really. I'm gonna outfay the fae. I'm like, nah, she's not gonna fall for any of the real obvious shit.
You form an illusion of a lawyer next to you.
What's his name?
There's a fiend.
Ace Rise.
Objection. But yeah, no, if you just sort of take the lead and want us to leave without getting the sword, then that's fine.
We're not going to do it.
Gestures towards the south of the location.
South of where she is.
Yeah.
So that goes towards the mansion? Or is it in between the mansion and those buildings?
I'm guessing it's a lot further away from here.
Due south from here. You may have to across the mountains. On the other side.
Well, with that, I bid you fair day.
Goodbye.
Glenn's real concerned about this angelic baby. Everyone just like ignored what's in the room.
Look, man.
I'm ignoring a lot of things right now.
Yeah, there's a,
Like,
there's that rust-covered chest that I want to like.
You do see after she says goodbye to Nazul, from her sitting position, she reaches across the room, kind of outside, and pulls one of the ravens out of the cage. And it's squawking, screeching. You can still understand it.
He doesn't
Pleading
like
for
that.
help. She puts it down on the table and grabs a large butcher's knife.
I'm hungry.
Bang! She just decapitates it in one swing.
We were leaving?
Yeah.
Glenn's like,
And Real Dad's like, don't want to start a fight. Everyone, come on, guys.
So just because I at least want to.
Nazul might pick one.
So I will.
As you're heading down the stairs, you start hearing
Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetops,
etc.
As we get down to the bottom, I will spend a spell slot for my primeval awareness.
Okay.
I'm assuming I sense a Fae within 1 mile.
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Any others? Any aberrations? Celestial, dragon, elemental, fiend, undead? Probably undead, because there's always undead.
Actually, don't think she's Fae.
Oh, is she any of those other things I said? Fiends? Undead? Elemental? Dragon? Celestial? Aberration?
I mean, there are favors.
There are things-
demonic instead of.
But it's
fae.
not fiend either.
It should say under her name, right?
It would be like creature type would be like
Yeah.
undead, monstrosity, aberration, blah blah blah. She might just be some old witch. So that's what as we get to the bottom, it's like I kind of like focus for a moment. I don't sense any fae around us.
Really?
No fiend.
Sworn.
Do I get no undead either? Just out of curiosity. Like, not thinking that she's undead necessarily, but like, is this like the first time I haven't sensed undead?
Scarecrows keep at the end.
No, it's a
Oh,
big radius, isn't
1
it? Big
mile.
range. Yeah. Yeah, you do get an undead
Okay.
presence.
That'd be like, or it'd be almost scary if I didn't. Like,
Yeah.
it'd be like weird.
There's no like specifics of the spell of the
It's-
ability, is there?
No, it's just, hey, do I sense there's
just
undead?
yes
Hey,
or
do I
no.
sense there's yeah.
Yeah.
It's not super great, but it can be used.
So, are we actually planning on investigating the Vault of Unspeakable Evil?
When we get far enough away, I'll answer that.
Yes.
Yes. But maybe not for the reasons that she wants us to.
I was never going to do that unless like I was given the sword to do something with.
I think we should investigate the rest of this town.
I'd say this.
We are here, we
first.
might as well. Perhaps the sword is not within her possession, it is merely somewhere nearby.
It's just saying, my guess is she's just an old witch. There's no unnatural presence about her that I can sense.
If she's just an old witch, then sign me up for not fucking with her. Witches of that caliber, powerful beings.
I'd like to study the scarecrows. If you could spare a minute.
Yeah.
I'll go over the scarecrows and cast identify.
While he's doing that, do you want to identify the potion?
I think
Oh,
we'd
okay.
already
did one
been
off
doing
before.
it.
Oh, okay.
We just,
Or we just didn't get the info from
Yeah,
Russ.
well, I mean, I can tell you if you want, or you can. What the potions were?
You can do
Yeah.
it.
So
got it
the
up.
potions of invulnerability.
Oh, what do they do?
what the fuck is that? So we can just resistance against everything?
Yeah, for 1 minute after you drink it, you have resistance to all damage.
Okay.
Okay.
They were both. I
There
thought we got
there were
different
2 of them.
potions.
There were 2 of the same one. And then there was a regular healing and a greater healing.
I thought we got different potions.
Yeah, so do I.
Well, I was like, whoever's going to get first?
I would very much like one of those. Thank you. I think that would be handy. I'm under the understanding if I drink a potion like that and I shift, I'm still resistant.
Yeah. It's magic.
So who's getting the healing potions as well? 'Cause, like,
I think we're going to strap them to Molly.
One, or at least
Or at
one.
least one of
at
them.
least one, and then one of you have the other. I figure because you don't have healing naturally.
Sure.
Yeah, so I'll take it.
So you take the greater one to have the regular on Molly. Sure.
Whoever's willing to come and res me.
So I'll remove those.
Yeah, well, if it's just like on a loop, like on her saddle, I can command Wisp to fly over, pick it up, and pour it into someone's mouth.
Potion
Or if somebody's like awake, they can be like, oh look, thanks Molly.
Yeah, yeah.
So I got one of those potions.
You got one of that in Vons?
I've got the other one currently. Like, I don't necessarily need to hold on to it, but like,
I'm going with the logic that like it's not going to be the most useful on me.
No, you take a hit and you're dead anyway.
Less so these days.
Is it?
But
What?
yes.
What is it? Is it an action to drink a potion, or?
I think it's up to you. What we're just doing? Oh, that chain necklace.
But for a
I'll
minute.
give it to Frank for now.
Which one?
The
Their
potion.
vulnerability. Because you have
I
fly.
can fly away.
Molly and I
super
work
sneaky.
quite well together for defense.
And you're also super tough just because you're up.
I stay behind other people.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Yeah.
There was chain necklace. You said it was worth like. Did you say how much it was worth?
10
The little
gold.
chain necklace? That's what I thought.
So you're identifying the scarecrows?
Yes. Well, one of them.
I assume that's the same.
Scarecrow.
How annoying would that be? Like, okay, this one isn't anything, but I'm gonna check the next one.
This breed. This one's full of this breed of raven feathers. This is a different breed of raven feathers. They're
This one has
European
42 raven feathers, but that one had 39. Now I need to check the next
What do
one.
the numbers mean?
No. This one, yeah, just has nothing, but all of the rest of them are enchanted with if you fuck with them fireball.
breed. Yeah, roll a d7.
Zombies.
Make an investigation.
Sorry?
Did you already make a roll?
No, I'm using identify.
Oh, identify. You don't identify anything.
They're just scarecrows made of raven feathers. Creepy.
Yeah,
Though as you're looking at one of them, you could swear its eyes move to look at you.
Wait, it has eyes.
Like it's
It's like the sockets in the bag. kind
like
of
its
thing.
head kind of moved a little bit to look towards you.
Or you think it
You
does.
think it did.
Because none of the rest of us notice it.
You there? When we came through, did you notice magic here?
There was no magic on the scarecrows when I walked past them last time.
Okay.
Do you wish for us to see if it is again?
I did still sense an undead presence around here.
I'm gonna ritual cast detect magic anyway, and just in case like the sword's lying buried in the ground somewhere. It's not going to be, but that seems like a reasonable thing for Reldare to make sure that's not the case.
I'm gonna pull out my war pick. Hit the scarecrow.
Really? Alright, make an attack roll.
Everyone.
Anyone else could roll initiative.
18?
Yep, that hits. Roll damage.
No initiative yet, so we're good, guys.
There's a minus.
He hasn't finished his attack
7.
yet.
Magical. I think the weapon says piercing, but it would be bludgeoning.
Whoops. I clicked initiative and I rolled initiative.
You rolled a 7.
Yep, it was not
That's a
great.
good point. Does it automatically roll the advantage?
You whack in the side of it, and a few like raven's feather kind of out the side, and all 7 of them kind of look at you and jump off the poles that they're rested on and charge towards the group. I don't know where everyone is at the moment.
We're
I
all around
asked
with
them to all come
Yeah.
with me while I
Yeah.
studied the scarecrows. Can I make my second attack before they?
You can roll initiative.
do the advantage.
Should have went with the one that I actually rolled on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. Booyah.
If it does the advantage.
Glendon rolled a 4.
What?
not.
I have advantage, which is why I clicked it, but it didn't.
You have
actually-
advantage as well.
I have the Sentinel Shield thing.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. I was just rolling it by hand. I accidentally clicked it before.
I was just seeing if it did the advantage. On,
Did
if it didn't. If it did, I
That's,
would have just used
that's
that.
why I clicked it.
But-
I was like, this will just do both at once, and
No, it doesn't do the advantage, unfortunately.
So we got 3 out of our 5 with advantage to initiative.
It's a shame that it doesn't, because I feel like that'd be like a good way to like just shoot that information to Russ really easily.
Yeah, it'd be like, and you just.
To do what?
So roll initiatives on there and it comes up on your screen then.
That would be good.
The problem is it doesn't include initiative.
Yeah.
It doesn't include
Advantage.
advantage.
Yeah.
If you have advantage on initiative.
so I rolled twice.
I crit.
I just rolled with the dice. I accidentally clicked that before, but because I was trying to see what goes into
What
initiative.
did you get?
19.
Real good?
17.
There you go. 23. Natural crit.
Nazul?
5.
Yeah.
I should have went with the one that I accidentally rolled.
That's with the advantage.
You are
Oh.
very surprised.
I can't be surprised.
No, you can't,
You
can't
can't
be
suffer the surprised
We're all
condition.
surprised, but you're surprised.
I
I mean,
You weren't
are we
expecting
surprised though?
yeah.
How much damage?
I feel like we were kind of expecting that a little bit.
7?
I think that's
7 magical blood, piercing. I'm gonna
This
say
is the
blood.
thing. How do I use my
Frank.
as a
You're up first.
Which one?
rather than. Yeah. Anyway.
You know what? I feel like should be a good type of damage against scarecrows. But they aren't made of straw, they're made of raven feathers, so like...
But feathers still just like.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I'm
fire.
looking at. Going, I've
Like-
got my right that I can put up.
Have you ever
One's-
put fire to a feather?
I'm gonna
It
take
goes
these
up
No.
fast.
Yeah. Right, so
Which is why I'm actually considering not shifting.
I'm gonna do 4 damage to myself. Max that damage on me.
Yeah. Did your dice go up at the 5th level?
Did
it go up to D6?
Yes, it does. So let's roll it again.
Oh, so you do damage to yourself as well
So
with the
to-
D6.
To put it on, I take that
Yeah.
damage and,
And
then
then you do that,
But
yeah.
it's a D. No, it's not that. It's D6.
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
D6.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So I actually
This
didn't
is
do
a
less, but-
self-damage on scale.
no,
No, it does.
was
It's-
so you had to reroll because it was he rolled.
To cast on myself, I do D6 damage,
Ah.
and then it's on for the. So that I just did the fire one then because I'm.
So I dare say he's
going
probably at like that
let's
one.
burn it. So I need an extra D6 now. Oh no, no. Because I'm not using the crit. Other one. They're not scarecrows, Russ. You're ruining my imagination.
It's only scarecrow minis.
There you go. There's a way.
You should have asked, because I don't either.
So Glyndon's
Should have
there.
asked. That way we know. Don't fight the scarecrows.
Yeah, because it's a bit awkward if Russ goes, do you have scarecrows? And then we like walk past scarecrows and like, fuck that.
Yeah, there's a reason why, like, whenever I was running out of time, I was just like, hey, can you, like,
All
use
these
things? And I used some of them.
Yeah.
Very 17, and I'm only plus 2.
Although I'd play the, even if I
19
did bring
to
the
hit.
for it, I'd play the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what you did.
This is what your hubris has wrought.
Hubris. I thought they were alive when I hit it.
We all
So you
thought
got
that.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
This week's dinner.
21.
The witch
fire
and me
damage.
sort of thing.
Unless she's gonna come down like, why are you hurting my
Well,
scarecrows? Fuck
it's
you.
not all fire damage.
Hey, man.
How much is fire damage?
attacked.
Pick grey or clear.
Clear.
5 is fire damage. And the rest of it's just magic. And
So do you
then
pick what type of damage it does?
No, I've got so
Depends
when
on
you,
the
when you
ride, I
activate it. You
the
can
class
choose.
itself gets
Yeah.
1, and you get a pick of it's thunder, fire, or ice. But then my subclass that I've got of that gets I've got a radiant one.
So
as
you
well.
choose each
I-
time you.
No,
cut yourself.
Yeah.
I can choose between a radiant one or a fire one.
Yeah. Okay. Good. So
So
know
that's-
that you've done 5 radiant before.
Yeah, so that's the 2 I've got.
Is that your turn?
No, I'm level 5 now, so
Oh,
yeah, I'm not going to hit with a 6.
total.
Yeah,
Oh,
Yeah, these are sharpshooters. That's the
oh,
one.
sharpshooter.
yeah, I rolled a 4, so plus 2.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, behind him. No. 7.
Attack
Bonus
bonus went up.
up.
All the new things.
7 hit.
Is Branding Smite the only smite that doesn't have to be a melee weapon?
Does it not say melee weapon? Huh.
Really?
Yeah, it says next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack.
It does like the components that also melee weapon or anything?
No, it just says
Fair
weapon
enough.
attack.
Interesting.
Next is the Scarecrow, that one that is being attacked.
Yep.
And it's going to use a terrifying glare on Glyndon.
Makes sense.
So you make a wisdom saving throw.
Scary.
Is it magic?
Nope. Oh. Like, is it a spell or is it magic?
Magic, not a like. It could be a spell, but it's magic overall.
You're a no.
Or you become magically frightened. So I
If it
guess
says that, then it would be magic.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not like a dragon's scariness where
It's not just,
like
this is
holy
innately
fuck,
scary,
that's
this
a
is-
dragon.
It doesn't.
Sounds like you failed anyway.
No, I got a
okay,
19.
okay.
I'm just looking at what my
Oh, no,
plus
you're
is.
Well,
You rolled well.
Wow.
Did you get new dice?
What the fuck?
No. I had advantage.
It's also going to
Double.
attack you.
These are ones that Adam
Cool.
got me, and these are ones that Russ got.
It's 21 hit.
Me. Molly
Oh,
uses
yeah.
a reaction for disadvantage.
Yeah. 15.
That does not hit.
Next is Elise.
Alright. Dagger and short sword and. And they're all starting to charge towards us.
They all just jumped off their
Jump up their
poles.
poles and. Yeah. I'm gonna fly over to this
It's
one.
holding its own pole.
Yeah, that one ripped the pole out
Jumps
of the ground.
down, picks
And
it.
like at
That's
the,
a nice
at the
idea,
bottom
actually.
of it, there's the scythe like hidden under the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's extra stability under the ground.
Alrighty. So then I will.
And
go-
they count that as a great sword or something. I don't know.
I mean,
Scarecrows. This is where the pyromancer sorcerer shines, the dragon board.
he could deal radiant damage if he's swinging an actual wooden cross around people.
I will cast Hunter's Mark on this one,
Uh-huh.
and then I will go into a flurry with my dagger, short sword dagger. Actually, I can just do dagger 3 times. So I'll just do that. Like the extra 1 attack as part of my dread ambush. Because that's right. Combat. So first attack. This is the one that does extra damage if I get it. It's better. Probably. We'll see. Nope. I should have just taken it. We'll see. 11? Okay. So he'll D6, no, D4 for dagger, D6 for Hunter's Mark, D8 for Great Ambusher. 13 plus 5, 18 piercing damage.
Round them up, round them
Alright.
Go with
Second attack. So this will just be this. So this is normal attack.
I can do high damage.
To the side. Ooh, yeah, like 26 to hit.
Yeah.
7 plus 5, 12 piercing damage. This is magical. And then third attack. 17 to hit for 6 plus 5, 11 piercing damage.
You kind of fly in this flurry of blades, slash, 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 and as your wings are kind of spinning around with the sword strikes, the raven feathers just completely
get torn out of the scarecrow and it falls limp, and the black feathers are kind of raining down as you like bring your swords up for the next round. And then it is Real Dad's turn.
Is it gone?
Yes.
Okay.
Instead,
It is deceased. It is no more.
He's already dead.
It is an ex-scarecrow.
It's just a crow now. Although it doesn't have the feathers anymore.
They're not
I
scarecrows, they're scared.
am going to take a quick snapshot at this scarecrow that is attacking Glinda. Does a crit hit?
No.
It's 22 fire damage.
jeez,
It's dead.
it is. Should we put a staff around and throw off? Is it fireball?
Fireball.
Oh yeah, here we go. Time to shine your combat.
I'd already hit it though. Like it's not like he
So-
killed it by himself.
I think I probably would have though.
Yeah.
Please tell me you had like 1 hit point.
3.
3.
What?
Always.
Crits on the 3 hit point.
Alpha move.
Hey, it was still cool.
Yeah.
That's hot.
He's demoralizing the others by thoroughly incinerating one who was already dying.
Next is another scarecrow. Who will...
Gotta kill the druid before a shape shifts. Told you. Told it. Oh,
I think I'm actually more deadly to him not shapeshifted.
It depends on whether they're actually vulnerable to fire. It's like, it's red, it's feathers, it's magic.
We're
There's some
assuming.
sort of magic thingy going on.
As he's charging towards you, he's going to do his terrifying gaze. So you make a wisdom
The
saving
gaze.
throw.
That's like an 18.
Yep, you're good. Then he will try and claw you. 10 and 14.
You bring my shield up.
Then it's Glyndon's turn.
You who started
How
it.
many? How much damage did you do before on that first one?
You did like
7,
7, but then you
yeah.
did a fair
Oh,
bit.
then a lot. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. Yeah.
I did like 21.
Yeah,
Um,
somebody fire.
So I'm gonna do like
I'm
I
gonna
built about 40-ish. 40, 45.
bonus action cast Hex on the one closest to Jason.
It's
like the colour you think it
light
is.
pink for some reason.
And then move over and make my weapon attack.
Against him?
Yep. Should take that spell. Oh, it doesn't cost me a spell slot first time, that's right. Take my first 12.
Yep, that hits.
That's what I hit on like an 11 earlier.
you rolled a 4 and you still get 12.
I rolled a 3 and got 11.
That's
I've got a +1 weapon.
Yeah, well, I've got one.
You've got an 5 to hit, so.
Yeah, that shot.
Yeah, plus 8 is what I'm doing.
13 damage total, unless you need the type separated.
If it's necrotic, that'll be
It's psychic for my hands.
Maybe they're too dumb for psychic damage. It's a thing.
I rolled a 1 on the hex dice anyway, so honestly.
Maybe it's vulnerable or something.
And my second weapon attack.
How much was the first one, sorry?
Damage.
Damage.
Is the die still there?
No. 14.
Yeah,
Yeah, that hits.
you rolled higher than his total.
That's max.
8 and a 6 off of the 8. I think 6.
So 19.
Okay.
And my Yeah, which means Molly takes the dodge action because I didn't command her.
Next is that scarecrow. Terrifying glare. Wisdom.
15?
Yep. Are you giving it disadvantage as it attacks you?
Yeah.
Well, the first attack would be 20 total.
I cast shield.
Yeah, and that one misses. Then 2 scarecrows, then Nazul, then a scarecrow.
Thank you.
That's a dash to get done. I'm hoping.
It's super fast.
Actually,
Scarecrows of speed.
Yeah, they lost their strong and they just got their wings.
I'll do this one first. So it'll glare at you.
That's cocked, but the other one's 17, so.
And I'm guessing you can't use Molly again.
Nope. She's used her reaction and I've used mine.
2 attacks.
Is
But I
shield
think
still
the
up?
shield stays up.
Yeah. So 17 is the highest. So it
Yeah.
misses.
No, that wouldn't I normally see.
Oh, where's the shield?
It's still blocking, isn't it?
Nazul.
It's a brilliant spell. Doesn't reactions are pretty good.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna call forth X to aid. My spectral beast turns up beside me. And sure, I'll shift.
What are you biting?
I am biting something that you don't want to know about. Yes, I am. Then it goes over to my beast, who will make an
The
attack.
one on Clendon, is that the shield?
It's concentrating.
Right.
It has pack tactics, so it's an advantage.
So another really good interesting.
Yeah, just look like this.
No, it'll be plus
There's a lot of
6.
things that look handy. Pain. Slow. More concentration.
Sorry, I'm just trying to remember what I
There
need
is
to
haste.
up. And I think that
Haste.
is.
This haste one's slow.
Sorry, I
It's
just need to
large,
double check something.
which I really wish they did kind of large and slow. Bang. Slow bang and curse.
4 plus spell. No, it's still 6. Cool.
So, multi-sided, like
My
slow, haste,
Vex will attack.
enlarge,
Reduce. Bane blows.
That is like a 21 to hit.
Yep.
That would
Just it.
Misses. Not this one.
For 11 damage.
Which one's that one?
This one's over here.
The one that's, yeah.
Spooky, scary ghost.
I might
Scary
actually summon
skeleton.
there.
But it's not a skeleton.
Another ghost.
Actually,
Scarecrow.
I'm going to summon it in contact with the other one. I want it to attack it, not me.
That's it.
That wasn't my concern, but yeah, sure.
So,
Yeah, sure, that's side effect.
happy little accident.
Is that a bird? Not pretty birds. Well, you might
He would just try and scare you as well.
The scary one.
8.
That fails. You are frightened.
you had that ready somewhere. Does that require concentration check?
Probably not.
Nah, it's normally
You're
just
paralyzed.
I'm paralyzed.
Oh, so it's that.
That just
that-
ends.
While you're frightened, you're paralyzed. With this.
There's that. And
Paralyzed does end concentration,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
front and back. That's not great.
Oh.
Then
Then it also gets to do things. Oh no, this is. Oh no. This is the thing I said earlier. Or is it small? Never mind.
no, it's just more things.
Oh, it's just small.
4 poisonous snakes come crawling out of the garden.
Can't get my poison conditions ready.
Barovia is kind of like Australia. Everything is out there to kill you.
Yeah.
Just a smidge.
Except for its brain, so
Yeah.
that's about the only difference. I feel like a wand of fear coming.
21.
No, you've still got your-
still, yeah.
Even with the advantage.
No, right,
Yeah.
24.
Yes.
And the last one. No. So one's missing.
Might be the poison. I
Might
think
be
the poison
damage.
condition really does much at this point.
I was paralyzed, not really.
8 piercing.
So is it double because Pharaoh has
Auto crit.
Oh, okay. So
16.
I know a bit
So
more.
it's, you don't double the monster.
Oh, right,
Just
right,
the
right.
dice.
And then that would be 22 poison damage as well.
I shouldn't have shifted.
20. So 34. Which is 7, yeah.
34.
You're not the tough gnome that's resistant to poison damage, are you?
Nope. I'm the kind of gnome that has advantage on those wisdom saves.
All
that I-
gnomes get that.
Did you do the con save as well? Con save.
Oh.
I didn't say
I
it.
was like, I wasn't.
I thought I said it. I might not have.
17 plus 2.
Yep, you're good. Then back to the top.
Yep.
Which was Frank.
My immediate attention is right here, sorry. 20 to hit.
Yep.
If you deal with that, we go to there
So like,
anyway.
it would be like 1, 2, 3.
So that's 6,
the
16 damage and 4
Yeah, that
fire
one.
damage. So 20 damage all up.
If it's
Yeah, absolutely.
But 4 is fire.
Nice.
Yep. Pop another one into it. 9, 10.
Yeah.
To hit.
10 to hit.
Misses.
And bonus action.
That was a roller coaster, man.
Yeah, that trade likes to go.
Yeah, I'm stopping using that track.
Do you want just
That was
to-
another 10.
Do you want just a box?
They're good for dice trades.
Want a box to roll?
Yeah.
Elise, your turn.
Rightio.
Basically, I
So
think
this
every
changes
visual
things.
actor.
And I assume I wouldn't really know much about how scarecrows work with the fear or anything like that. I just see him kind of locked up in place. Alright. Would I know which scarecrow did it? Or would it be kind of hard to tell?
It'd be kind of hard to tell.
Fair enough. So I'm gonna,
Pretty close.
as I'm flying, I will tug on my glove of blasting and fire 3 bolts of fire. I don't really want to split them up. No, I'll go all 3 on this one. 3 deaths. So 12 is the lowest.
I'll hit.
First one, 6 fire damage. Second one, 6 fire damage. Third one, 8 fire damage. So 6, 6, 8, 20. Hopefully double to 40.
The 3 blasts just into its chest, and it just lights up and like thrashes around until it just falls. You see the raven feathers kind of cinder away.
Because it was the other one that did it, wasn't it?
I
The
think
one
it's
that
the one that
hasn't
was
reached
further
me.
away. But
Yeah.
yeah.
Anything else?
I will then move get Juster here to maybe distract one of the snakes. But go there and then no, I'll transfer my Hunter's Mark to this one.
Real death.
I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm casting Wand of Fear in that area. I guess I'll... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... And I'll... I think I'll miss that guy.
If you're that close, probably.
And I don't think I can get all the snakes without hitting you.
If you'd be able to angle it like that way just to get this.
Yeah, I can definitely just hit that chunk, but like I wanted to include him as well.
Well, if you fear a lead, like you being afraid of real death is not a huge issue, is it?
Disadvantage on attacks.
I thought it was only disadvantage on attacks against.
No, it's on a disadvantage on attacks while the target is within the line of sight.
Oh,
Could you just turn your back?
It's still
I
within my
don't
line
think
of
that's
sight.
supposed to
Yeah,
be.
turning your back doesn't. It's like, I'm not seeing you, you can't see me, fuck you.
I guess I'll just leave that guy out of the attack, so I'll just Cone of Fear this group of enemies, so you as well.
Well,
You're already frightened, but it'd be a
And
separate
your
fear and just
paralysis.
whichever one.
yeah, do I just auto fail though?
It's a
I
wisdom
don't think,
save.
I don't
It's a
think
wisdom
paralysis.
save. If it was a dex
You'd
save,
probably
yes.
have advantage on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Magic. Whether scarecrows can be frightened,
No.
I'm uncertain.
He does not
Scared.
like you.
So is it wisdom?
Yeah, Wisdom 15.
I think Molly is also scared.
Oh, hold on, no.
Is it different?
Yeah, that's right. That's not the Fear spell.
It's not the fear spell, it's the kind of.
Yeah.
Heavily.
While it's frightened in this way, a creature must spend its turn trying to move as far away from me as it can.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but he's paralyzed, so he's still
Yeah. He can't move anywhere. But
Until he stops being paralyzed and he runs.
Well,
3 of the snakes are afraid.
Do we want to
Molly's
say
not
which one is not?
paralyzed.
this is what happened last time we cast it.
I'll say the one on
But Molly
this
was
side.
So this one here?
That one
That's
is
not.
That one's not.
what about this dude?
Are scarecrows immune to fear?
Yeah, like,
No.
does he seem scared of
He
me?
doesn't seem scared of you.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Whether he was immune or he just fast.
I was mostly trying to get the snakes off him, and it mostly worked. So that was a successful turn. And now it's over.
Then it's Glyndon's.
We got real dare Eljack.
Does he get to, at the end of his turn, try to save out of fear?
Motherfucking snakes attacking my motherfucking tank.
Then at the end of my turn,
Let me check, but I'm pretty sure it's
Till death do
the
us
other
part.
way. The other thing.
until I take damage, because I took damage.
Until the end of the scarecrow's next turn.
Oh, okay, so it's lots of very limited duration.
Yeah.
But
And
Molly,
it was the last scarecrow that did it that one. So.
So
Molly
Molly's
was
gonna
frightened?
take off.
yeah.
If I'm moved against my will, do I still take opportunity attack?
Well, you aren't moving.
Molly is.
Molly is, and Molly
So
will
Molly
take the
takes it.
opportunity attack.
Okay.
Thing. And it goes, what, 80 feet because of the dash? So it says you have to dash. I think we experienced this in the last time. I think it had to dash.
But she's not allowed to take action.
Unless you command her. That's a good point.
Mine also prevents reactions, so those snakes can't attack.
But the one...
Yeah, that one can. The ones that are frightened can't.
Can Molly deflect against us then?
I don't think so. I think it's deflects attacks against someone else.
So then it's the scarecrow's turn. Lost track of which one.
This one.
So
80 feet. Oh, 40 feet. off that
40,
one, I
yeah.
think.
Scarecrow and Snake will get a reaction. Opportunity.
Well, the snakes can't.
These 3 snakes can't. This one can.
It's the strange spectral
So
badger.
they can hit Molly or.
I
just
think it's
Molly.
just Molly.
Just Molly, because
So she's
Yeah, because you're not moving.
Yeah.
Alright.
Check out.
You'll
I
just-
think I may have read something
Snake.
recently that said you can attack either, but I'll double check.
23 from the snake.
That hits.
If Molly dies there, he's still there anyway.
Oh, but it's Molly attacking her. So it's
Yeah.
something. And immune to poison?
Oh, immune to poison.
Yeah.
So just 8.
Okay.
And yeah, just 8. That's it. that. Scarecrow. What's that mark on it?
That's
It's
mark.
on its mark. Yeah. It'll move forward towards Elise.
Cool.
It will try to fear you. Yep. Terrifying glare.
20. That's good.
Easily.
12 to attack to hit. Yep. Another scarecrow. It should be these two. So that one
That one was
will
first.
try to terrifying glare on you.
Yep. I haven't attacked
Got a
it.
bunch of
Just
stuff.
letting you know if you're remembering. Yeah, that matters.
Yeah, I did write it down somewhere.
Yeah.
Is that- does that-
That's like a 20
Yeah, you're good.
something.
And
Scroll of water breathing.
17 and 18 for the attacks.
Against me, they both hit.
Yeah, right, guys. You had to do it.
8 and 5.
8.
The other one will.
So when do I do concentration?
From each hit.
Each hit I need to do it.
Yeah, each time you take damage.
So you're just gonna
So
check
5 and 8. So I need to roll
DC is just
better
10.
than it.
The DC is the minimum is
Minimum
10.
is 10. Okay. Do you add anything?
It's
to
your
it?
constitution modifier of your raptor form.
Exactly the same.
Oh, nice.
That's fine. That's
It's a 9, so yeah.
9 plus 2.
That's
12 and 17 against the
against my
the beast.
beast. They both hit.
They both hit.
Oh, there's 11.
13. So yeah.
So 12 doesn't.
Oh, sorry. What would you say?
Roll and 17.
12 and
Oh,
17.
yeah, yeah. Sorry,
So
it is
12
13.
versus
Yeah, yeah.
17.
So it's
Okay,
only 17.
so-
My bad.
8 damage.
8 damage.
Yep. Then it's Nazul's turn.
I'm going to bite it once. That's 20 something to hit.
Yep.
For 9 damage.
That destroys the.
Then I'm going
Just
to.
bite into it and like shake it back and forth. Like that.
I'm going to go over to here and then charge. With 2 core attacks.
Do you have attack tactics in this one?
I don't.
Oh, that's right.
Beast
That's
does.
what Beast does. It's one that's like it's a crossover for the whole.
Oh, my first
Go
one.
back to go forward, but
Well,
Yeah.
certain things
That one
get like a
misses.
charge.
yeah, but only after a certain distance.
So that's
That's a build
a
up on momentum.
16 to hit.
Yep.
So it needs to make a strength saving throw, DC 12.
Fail.
It goes prone,
I think there is actually
and it takes 10 damage.
Okay.
I use my bonus action, and I bite it.
unless it's just physical.
That is a 11 to hit.
It's
Conscious.
Another 10 damage.
No.
okay.
Well, I don't need one which can physically represent.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
so
would have got advantage
You
on that
can
one.
just roll it to see if you crit.
No.
Okay.
Then that's the end of my turn. My beast then goes.
Oh yeah.
Which has advantage on the
It already has advantage.
Advantage.
Double advantage, yeah.
That is a crit.
Elves can do it.
Oh, no, crazy.
Yeah, but like, I
16.
still don't think 2 different sources actually do anything. I think
No,
it's just they
No,
just
the-
get
the elf one is
22
so you add
damage
up the-
from my beast.
the-
When they have advantage, their normal advantage turns to super advantage.
Yeah, with you like leaping on it and biting into it, your beast like launches on as well, and the two of you just like rip it to shreds.
Nazul is very happy because this feels like old times when Dex and him used to go hunting.
Nice.
Like old times when we used to kill
It's any the
This is as close as it
attack roll
gets.
I'm pretty sure it's dex.
I've got the
intelligence,
spectral
wisdom,
spirit
or
of Vex and
What you need to do is get
It's kind of hard for me to get regular advantage with Firebolt though.
The scarecrow holding the pole that he pulled out of the ground holds it forward towards Real Dare and starts charging forward.
But I'll be this one.
Real Dare's
But yeah, I
Make
should do that.
a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
I might change it up. Well,
that's
Vex,
a number.
the third more cat like beings.
11.
11 is exactly what you need.
Yeah.
good thing.
Now I'm just regular dead.
Now you're just regular frightened.
Roll the 1 and well, I think it misses. 13 is the higher of the two.
13 hits me in this form because I didn't have time to put a mage out.
The second I thought
5
the witch
damage.
should have been
The snakes, 3 of them
Frightened and have to
just
Oh,
flee.
real there.
I will stab one as my reaction. Slithers away from me. Natural 20.
How far can snakes move?
You know, 20, 30, 40.
Well, because I want to know how far away I am from them.
That's true.
Yeah, they are required to dash.
6 plus 5. I do 11 damage to the snake next to me.
Yeah, you just one shot it.
Pin it to the ground.
I can probably catch the snakes at their maximum move.
And the last one will just bite at Elise.
Makes sense?
So I can move 100 feet to turn.
8.
How far do you snakes?
They go 60 feet.
How far are you out?
40.
So they're
Taking dash. 40 feet plus 10.
Frank.
Because of my
So you're not paralyzed with fear anymore.
Yeah.
Does that turn?
So I.
But you're
am-
still. Were you frightened by his?
Real there is one I am shooting at.
I don't think so.
But Molly is.
Yay, that one's going to hit. That's a 17. I'm not even adding a 3 to get 20. So 3 fire damage and 14 magic damage.
Were you frightened by me or was Molly frightened by me?
Bo?
Molly.
Oh yeah, because you have to make the recurring
You
save.
were, you were frightened by that. Molly was
frightened
frightened
by
by.
that. Because that's a
Mine
recurring.
saves every turn.
Okay.
So you can see it.
Oh, it's Molly.
Frightened.
So it was at the end of Molly's turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's 19 this time. With 5 fire damage and we'll go 19 regular damage. Magic damage.
Yep, you just find a clear shot over the rocks and just and you see its head just kind of sever.
Which one? This one?
Yep,
that one.
That one's gone. And then I'm going to pop the last one because I think I got 120 foot range now.
With a hand crossbow.
Yep.
I think that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care about the
Short one.
usually it's maxed out 30. Yeah, I'll go to the whatever that blue thing is around there. The last hit. No, I don't.
If it matters, these two guys get to make a
5.
save.
There's a 5 hit.
Okay.
Did I do miss?
Occasionally.
You missed before,
Yeah, twice.
Who are we up to?
It's 3 misses. I think that's what all my
I'm
misses
sure that's
is alternate needs so far as all been.
At least.
Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll just start hacking away at this scarecrow with my dagger.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think that was 10.
Uh,
I think we need
22 to hit.
I haven't been doing much.
After pieces
So
going
that's 8 plus 2.
14 piercing damage on the first strike.
First strike drops it.
It was on 1 health.
Literally was.
We all need +1 weapon.
I've got a plus
Plus
one
two.
already.
We all
Give
need
me a
plus
two weapon. I'll take it. Alrighty, then I will take my second attack at the snake.
Well, if I'm going to be honest, I'd take a flame type staff if there was one.
Does a 10 hit? Probably not damage. Isn't it at least a +1 damage?
I'll say sure.
It?
I went off the page. Oh, hang on. Here we go.
Poisonous.
Snake.
So then I will offhand with the short sword. Better. So 15 for 10 piercing damage.
10 piercing damage?
Yes.
Okay. Bitch. I'll just point out last time you
I did.
one-shotted it with 11.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
So the Hunter's Mark is on this dead guy, but
Okay.
I didn't have the bonus action to switch it and then do the attack. Cool. That is.
Next was Real Dare.
Sorry, Molly.
Part 2.
Does an 18 hit the snake? Does it have 1 health?
It does.
Then it is dead.
It is dead. Good
Now you
nature.
gotta roll. Make sure you get at least 1.
One's a critical from this one, remember?
There's a 1 on 1.
I only did 2 damage.
Well, congratulations.
He's not a man to overdo things.
No, not at all. Not that crit I did on the other guy. That's my turn.
You just walk up and like club it.
I just get a little under its tail.
Because those poisonous spiders, they're only like a CR half or something.
The snakes.
Yeah, they're tiny.
Those ones are only like a 1/8 or something, I think.
The giant ones.
The giant. Oh, these giant ones.
Yeah. Giant ones are medium.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was for some reason. My brain was thinking the giant ones are large.
Yes, that's my
But
turn.
there's a regular poisonous snake is tiny. So the giant one is just.
Yeah. Or we can just say they're dead. It's up to you. I mean, they're running away.
We can fling.
You can pretty much one-shot them.
Almost.
Well,
Oh,
I can.
Yeah, I can make my attack
How
rolls
far
if you
have they
want.
gone? Because I can probably reach them in my turn.
Dead.
So I can just go
like,
from
they
like.
went another like 60 feet
They're like
from
120 feet from there.
Not this turn, next turn I'd reach them. Because I can go 100 feet.
Yeah,
but-
as you said, they're dead.
Yeah.
Are you happy? Are you happy to just call them dead?
We can happily call them dead, but I'm just saying I could go rip them apart in like 10 seconds.
If I hit them, I'm minimum 13 damage.
I request a short rest.
Because you had literally attacked the scarecrow.
I shift back and go, short rest could be nice. Rest now, Bex.
Yeah, that creepy house over there.
Perhaps while you are resting, the rest of us can explore the empty houses.
I was going to do that anyway. But if you
Maybe
want
we
to
With all
go
the-
rest in one of the empty houses.
With all the racket you've been making, you see the old woman walk out onto the front of her house, and she's just glaring down at all of you.
Maybe we don't rest right here.
Like, arms crossed, not blinking. Pretty much. What have you done to my garden?
It's like she had these nice like little garden gnomes. We came and just fucking kicked them in, smashed them and shit.
Hey. They attacked us back.
Yes, they retaliated.
Yeah,
How dare
exactly. We walked into this place, started wrecking it, and then they retaliated. How dare they?
You're like, you attacked first.
Yeah.
You're like, eh.
I wanted to see if it was really alive. Or if I was crazy.
They only attack if you attack them.
But both of those, they're alive and you're also crazy. Because you attacked the scarecrow.
Do we want to go?
Back to the horses and take a short rest if we're not going to hang out and do a short rest here.
Yes. Or do we want to go in that?
I want to look at that little thing over on the west is.
Well,
We'll get that.
Little dot.
y'all can,
Where's that dot?
you all can head back to the horses. I'll snoop around a
I think it's probably a good idea that we stay together.
bit. Well,
It won't be much longer.
yes, she won't be able to see me. I'll be able to snoop around if she won't know me.
I'll slip with you.
She'll probably know you're here.
I grabbed some of the raven feathers.
I like pull my cloak around and basically vanish before your
and the
eyes.
scarecrow.
Any particular reason? Just
I'm going to tie him into Silver's head because he wanted a gift.
okay.
I like that. I'm just going to add one to my staff.
Yep.
It's got a sword with other feathers.
I'm creating a winter staff. Just really, really lame.
At the start of combat, I was like, I'm taking all these
I don't
feathers, but
really
now I
know
have
enough.
4 hit points. I'm like, I'm
Yeah,
taking
I
a
can
rest.
hide even. Oh, what would the lighting condition be right now? Is it still cloudy, or is it pretty bright?
I mean, it's always cloudy
So would it
to
be?
block out the sun.
Is it still
Would it
fairly
still
like
be
misty?
basically
Everything is
bright
like-
or dim?
He
It's
can
dim.
disappear from
Is it
things
dim?
that you.
If it's a dim light, I can hide even while they're looking right at me, because the cloak.
Alright, so I think
We're going back to
we're
the horses.
going back to the horses. You two are sneaking, or just him?
I know, I'll be
You can
You're
do it,
sneaking?
Gemma.
Okay.
I'm gonna send
second run.
Willow with you guys.
The illusion
Does
wizard
it
wouldn't do
glow?
anything like sneaking around.
I'm not a rogue at all. It's not like I have 2 expertises and massive stealth. Sneaking and looting. I'm not a rogue.
Oh, I can leave my summon beast up for an hour.
Hmm.
I'm just going to leave it up.
Yeah, I don't know. So the one off to the left-hand side of the area was, I wrote it down, is that a cathedral or a chapel of some sort?
There was a
Church.
a
Church, that's right.
Mm.
I was like, the right thing is the wrong word.
There's a church, the mansion underneath
Mansion
it,
was
and
that
there's a
one.
monument further out.
For that little thing
Yeah.
over there.
Now you
Yeah.
go towards the church. And
Yeah,
then
the church
from there,
was-
the monument.
Oh, I can. Kind of want to go.
Braiding Swift Stride's hair.
Oh.
feathers.
Yeah, so we're going to the church.
My command for Willow is to sneak with them, and if they get in trouble, come back to me.
Run away from
fast,
them.
like maximum speed.
Max.
Being.
So through the fog, you can see this empty shell of an old church. To the north of it, there's an old cemetery.
Oh, yeah.
And there's leaning gravestones that are enclosed by a disintegrated iron fence. You can see that like half the cemetery is sunken beneath the mud and the mire.
Go past that and into the little building.
Into the church itself, yeah. Not wanting to.
Well, it's an empty shell of a
Yeah,
church.
okay.
There's no building to
Okay.
go into.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's not even like foundation stones. It's like there is like a the wall is a foot like
Yeah.
buried
Yeah.
into the.
Yeah, I see.
You can still. Do you want to search around the ruin?
Yeah.
A little if we can, yeah. Just
Try not to disturb the graveyard because
Yeah,
I'm
try not to
expecting
disturb
zombies.
graves.
Go
because
perception
that-
check for me.
One each, or
On each or
You choose. Separate rolls
Okay,
or
one each.
initiative? Advantage.
Okay.
you can have advantage. Just do it that way.
Okay.
Maybe I should have.
13.
Roll better.
13.
13.
You find in the collapsed remains of the steeple this old iron bell that's like half in the mud.
I'll like,
Probably about a foot tall.
I'll like grab it and like grab the bell part in the middle so it doesn't clang or anything.
Big iron bell.
Like,
I was expecting like a church bell.
like a pretty decent, but not like.
I suppose it probably would be a bit bigger than
Oh,
that.
okay.
So let's say
Yeah,
Mm.
something like the hang up.
Okay.
Church.
But that size, I'm just like. I was thinking like this.
Can we see what the monument is from where we are?
what was your perception check you just made?
13.
You'd have to get closer.
Well,
We can still see something out there.
you can see there's something there, but
I'm gonna go towards
yeah,
that.
head a little bit closer to see what it's all about.
So just outside the marsh, there's like a raised plot of land. It's about 10 foot wide, and also enclosed by a iron fence similar to the cemetery one. there is in the center a life-size statue of a human, a person. It's carved in the likeness of a leaning peasant girl clutching a rose. She's kneeling down and just holding onto this rose. And her features of the face are pretty worn and like grey, weather worn, but she bears a striking resemblance to Irina Kolyana. And carved into the base of the monument, there is an epitaph that reads, "Marina, taken by the mists."
Is it M-I-R-E-N-A?
M-A-R-I-N-A. Yep.
What's the original name?
Tatiana.
It was Tatiana.
Yes. But was that, if I remember
So this statue looks like Irina,
It
and
looks
it's
like-
named Marina. So none of these names.
Right, none of these are the same.
This sounds like bollocks to
What do you reckon the chances are she keeps getting reincarnated? Different name, same person.
Pretty damn high, I'd say. Look at this shit. Maybe we shouldn't have given it to Strahd.
Well, did we really give it?
I think
her
gives
to-
a very strong word.
Don't think we had a choice. Pipe down back there, Elder.
Plain middle finger.
Trying to be sneaky.
Want to go over to the
mansion. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's nothing else to look at that statue. It's just
Half an hour and a half for a long rest.
So basically, we're talking about this. You'd be resting.
I should have skeletons back.
So towards the south end of the village, there's the remains of a mansion which is built on higher ground. It's been reduced to just a pile of stone and rotting timber. There's empty arched windows that are still there. There's a bit of a garden to the south, which is kind of overgrown and rampant. Surrounded by broken walls that are no longer able to contain it. The garden, it's just like peeling over the walls. And east of the ruin there's a very crude wooden fence which looks more recent. Forms a bit of a circular yard where there's several goats.
probably also feed.
And surrounding the fence on each post there's a human skull. And the goats are just walking around grazing.
I bet this is for when she wants a bit of a change of pace from the Raven. Probably not much to find around here.
Picked clean or washed away eons ago.
It's about the size of most of this here.
Make our way back.
Continue around to, because there was like there was a couple of buildings on like the northern side of the field, and then there's the bunch on the
Yeah, so
southeastern
make our way
side.
back along
They're
the river,
pretty similar
basically.
to the northern ones, they're just peasant
Yeah,
homes.
I'm just kind of like quickly just
Factory cottages, but they weren't there.
seeing over. But if you don't find anything there, just head back to Druiga and the others.
Did you find anything interesting?
Not much.
Positive statue.
Statue, right. It looked like Arena, but the name on the epitaph was
Marina.
Marina. And
Can't be the same person.
It's weather worn, old enough, but it's definitely not the same person.
Do we know? Or I suppose perhaps it could have easily been someone familial to Irina. Could have been mother or sister who could look pretty identical sometimes.
Your comments rang true of possibly could be the same woman
Could be that.
reincarnated every.
And what was a mansion?
Not a whole lot. Mostly overgrown and some goats. Well, recently constructed fence around them makes me think they're hers.
So we shouldn't
see any
this
tracks in the
due
area?
then.
Not that we've seen, not that we noticed. Other than probably hers every now and then.
I'd like to do a sweep through the church and the mansion with detect magic to make sure that there's nothing that we missed.
That would be a good idea.
And then you wanted to head off to the Amber Temple?
We'll head in that direction, yes.
During that short rest, would you have been reading that book?
Yeah.
So we did complete the short.
I think you guys did, yeah.
I'll be reading the book, but I'll also have spirit effects next to me.
I pretty much said everything that was in there, I'm pretty sure.
So you're searching through the
Yeah, just sort of like doing
church and the mansion.
a real
I just threw
basic search and mostly
only
just
20.
divine
Sick magic.
just detect magic, yeah. And I'll actually do an investigation when I get to those goats. I want to see if there's any tracks or any signs of anything.
As you're making your way through the ruins of the mansion, this figure takes shape in the fog that's around you. There's a ghostly visage of a man. You see his features are mutilated, his entrails hanging out like frayed ropes. And despite his intimidating, grotesque presence, the apparition has a cringing light in its eyes. Why do you invade my home? Begone, I beseech you.
I come here in search of a sword. The sword will help. We are here to assist the sword in performing its true function.
Begone. You have no place and no purpose here.
As you wish. If you need me gone, I will go. Are you sure you do not wish to help me help the sword fulfill its true function?
The spirit stands looking confused and scared. You see him looking out towards the monument in mourning.
Were you a friend of Marina's?
Marina was my daughter.
I can see the familiar resemblance.
You stated that we had no place or purpose here. I agree with the first. We do not have a place here. We do have a purpose. And our purpose is to rid this place of the darkness. I implore you to help us.
I cannot find rest. He starts shaking his head. What the devil did to my poor Marina. I can't help anyone.
I think you're wrong. I think you can help us. I believe in you.
No, she's gone.
She is gone, but perhaps there is a way that she can come to rest, and perhaps in doing so, you can come to rest too.
Make a persuasion check.
Where's the goddamn sword?
You get advantage as I'm trying to help as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you. Persuasion 9.
9. He is grief-stricken, and the death of Marina, that he'll never see her again, is weighing heavily on this ghost.
Where's calm emotions when you need it?
Okay. Well, we shall leave this place if... I hope that you can come to some sort of rest. Have I, spent enough time in here to, like, to make sure that there's no magical things inside the area of the mansion, or...?
There's nothing magical in the mansion.
Okay, then I'll check the church and I'll check the monument. And then we'll fucking leave. Fuck this douche ass ghost not giving me any help.
Yeah, as you approach the monument,
Yep.
you do get a sense something magical beneath the earth. Under the monument.
Does anybody have a shovel?
No.
Grab a pick.
It's like kind of half there.
Molly's a badger, isn't she?
I'm detecting a magical presence underneath the...
Oh, right, ticking.
Use Molly as a shovel.
Because I could shift into something that could help. But Molly, I believe, looks like an exceptional digger.
Is there a school of magic that I can...
Something you can see, I think, isn't
Yeah, I only get to detect the school of magic if I can actually see it.
You cannot see it.
Yeah.
I assume Molly can use hit dice, right?
it? I mean, it's a creature, it can do whatever it wants.
Okay, you're 3,000 hit points.
Yeah.
You do whatever it wants. It's going to kill Strahd.
I mean, it can.
So, people are digging?
Yeah, Molly and I are digging.
I don't really have anything to help.
I'm not helping.
The moment you break the earth, the ghost screams out in anger, "No! Not my daughter!" and she rushes towards you. Roll initiative.
Please say roll initiative.
So you started both these fights. Just remember this
You guys
is you.
asked me
I didn't say
to.
no. I didn't say no.
This was a request made.
Look, I'm gonna be honest.
I didn't know this is a
If there's a magic sword, if there's a magic sword down there, this fight's fucking worth it. Yeah, my initiative bad.
Yeah, I also rolled, like, bad for me.
It gives him a chance to come.
I got advantage, thank God, because I rolled a 1 and a 15.
I got a 6 and an 8.
Let's get out my face, yo.
Fuck off, ghost.
Elise, what'd you get?
14.
Real dare?
6.
Frank?
18.
Nazul?
7.
Glendon?
15.
Short rests are an hour, aren't they?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even on max hit points. I used 3 hit dice and a cure wound.
Oh, how far off are you?
So
Oh.
Frank, you see this spectral, grotesque figure. His guts are hanging out. His face is mutilated and tortured, rushing towards you in anger, rushing towards your group because you've broken the earth around this monument. What do? You're first.
You're full. When we're resting, I heal you.
I'm gonna activate.
Come on.
Crimson Right. Yes, I rolled a 1 or
Ghost Slayer, get out of here.
Yeah, I'm a Ghost Slayer. This
Yeah,
is-
you're a Ghost Slayer. This is your job.
It's like, fuck you for protecting your daughter's grave.
So that's 1. And then as
We're
it's
just
coming,
throw fire and shit.
crossbow starts
I
glowing
defense.
radiantly,
I thought he was only trying
and
Telling us to get out of the mansion.
what's
Lick
plus
the
3 to
tower.
16?
To hit a ghost.
That hits.
Yep. The little one is not radiant. 5 radiant damage and 16 magic damage. I'm guessing the ghost is undead just by that.
I don't know, man.
Nah, that's a giant.
Could
It's just human.
It's
just a regular.
no, he can't because you didn't pick up on Faye when we were close to
Yeah,
it.
so
So
see, it's a giant.
It's definitely a giant.
I speak in giant.
Next is the ghost.
Hang on.
Oh, that's
Crit!
Oh, poor ghost.
So I'm just going to double this. So do I get the double? No, don't.
No,
get
you
the
don't double the 10.
No, but do I double my.
You just
my
double your
stats?
dice.
Just the
Just
dice.
the
Just the dice.
So 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 16 radiant damage. 6, 7, 9, 19 magic damage.
One of the few saving graces of Sharpshooter doesn't really interact with crits very well.
That's fine.
So you see this figure rush out of the ruins towards you in anger, and you just look up, bang, bang, and it just disperses. That was exciting.
Well, I can see why they call your order Ghost Slayer.
Just doing my job. Hunting things, shooting things.
Digging a hole in a road. Not me though, not me.
Then
Keep digging.
Okay. Keep digging.
Do you actually do that?
With a smile on my face, yes. And then I put like it's radiantly glowing. I'm not letting it go, but yes.
Glendon puts head down and puts the water on for a second. But then he starts again. Once he's broken up the surface, he'll let Molly do the actual digging. Right. Using the pick to break off the surface.
See, starting fight.
Could have used my horns.
I guess just make an athletics check to see how long it takes you to get through.
I think they're proficient in
Yeah, she's
Standard council work. One person digging,
That
4 people
depends.
supervising.
Oh, and I'm saying you can have advantage because you have real there saying it's
Yes, right there.
it's around there.
Damn it!
A little to the left,
dice
a
tray.
little to the right.
It's good. 25.
Kind of good.
Yeah, you break the surface, then Molly's just like,
I'm a badger.
Just keeps going and going.
you guys just see this dirt going flying out.
Prestidigitation.
And she comes up with this blade of a sword. Just the hilt.
Just the hill.
Just the hilt.
Can I take it from her?
Drop it.
Blah.
So just the hilt of it.
Yeah, that's how some blades work.
Yeah, that's not
Does it
Is
look
he
like
grabbing
there's
it?
is there any sort of broken blade on it, or is it just hilt no blade at all? Does it look like it's been broken, or is it?
This is the damn sunblade.
It's a goddamn sun blade.
Woohoo! We found an artifact.
I'll identify.
You identify it, and it's a sun blade.
Wowzers.
So it automatically comes out.
Yeah, you hold it.
Yeah. When you're
I
Like
have,
machine
I have
to it.
training in Sunblade. I
I
shouldn't use it, but
Everyone
Longsword, martial.
But I think
Oh no,
I
you
think
can use strength or dex. It doesn't matter.
so that's, I think the Sunblade has like a
No,
special.
I don't.
I think it has a special thing
It's
with like
it
being
has
proficient
finesse.
in something. I can't remember how it works.
Probably still shouldn't be using it.
I can't. I'm not proficient.
Yeah, no, there's actually quite a few that
No, I'm
aren't.
pretty sure you
It's
are.
just most of the ones.
There's a druid.
Like,
Oh, yeah, no.
wizards aren't normally, it's
But
just
elves
I'm an
are.
elf.
Right.
Yeah, him.
I ain't handing it over.
Oh, no, you definitely do.
Not
You
me.
had a Sunblade in the last
You
campaign.
don't get to steal this one's wheel.
Well, who would actually. Like, okay, I would use it very sparingly.
It says if you're proficient with short swords or long swords, you're proficient with the Sunblade.
Yeah.
Can't I use finesse?
Yeah, it has finesse.
Yeah, a scimitar is like the only sword I'm proficient with, so I've already got a good weapon sword. It's not that good.
I mean, I definitely want it.
Can you use it?
How often would
He can as well.
Would you use it all the time? Like, or is it a.
Yeah.
Like every
Okay.
turn.
Well, that's what I do. Is I hit with my pick, but I'd be hitting with a sword.
Do you want to trade it for the stack?
Well, see, this is the thing. It's not. I can't see anything where it's
says-
not light or anything.
It says finesse.
It says finesse, so you can
Finesse
use
lets
that.
you use that.
Does it say finesse?
I think it should.
It does.
It doesn't have the finesse property.
No,
It
the
says
magic
It's in the
Sunblade.
description.
Yeah, it's in the.
In the description of it, it
It's
says
in the.
special
It's the
stuff.
second line.
Is it a sunblade or some sword?
Sunblade. Oh, I better check.
Actually, I think there is actually a difference. There's something else, but I can't remember how it works.
The magic longsword has the finesse property.
Yeah,
Because one's
that's what lets you use dex instead of strength.
art of
Yes,
legendary
but
and one's
it's not
rare.
a light
I
weapon.
think
No,
it's
so I
the
wouldn't be
rare
able to.
You can't
do,
deal with
I wouldn't be able to
That's
dual
what I'm-
wield
that's
it.
what I was
That's
getting
what
at.
I was
The
asking.
sun sword is a unique blade once possessed by Strahd's brother.
Yeah, it's that one.
So
Oh, it
it's
is
a
that
sun
one.
blade.
So it's a sun sword.
Sun sword, sorry,
Sun-
yeah.
Okay.
So,
Sun
yeah.
sword. I don't know if it's any different or if it's just a unique name for the same thing.
Sun sword.
Sun sword.
Sun sword, it's sentient.
It doesn't say anything about having finesse.
Okay, it might be different then.
Well, if it doesn't have finesse.
Then,
I don't even
you're
fucking
the only
want
one who can use it. Then, if it's not finesse, I mean, I'm not like I might still use it, but I'm not as good with it as I would like.
So it actually
Oh,
has a thin crystal blade as
Oh yeah,
steel.
proficiency
like
with
it's-
long.
Oh, it does.
Oh, long.
Yeah.
Okay.
It has.
Platinum
It
hilt.
has, however, gained the properties of a sun blade.
Yep. So
Oh,
it
so
is
it-
a sword. It just has the properties of a sunblade.
Right. The properties, that's the little.
Oh, so it has the
stat-
properties of a sunblade,
Or
so
is
it
it
would
some
have
it
the
does have
whole thing.
finesse.
So it would be it's a sunblade with its extra stuff.
With the
With
sentience,
the sentence and the
personality.
personality. That's
So I can't use it because it would be finesse
Yes.
because it's stats of a
Finesse but not light.
finesse.
They-
But so I wouldn't be able to do it. This is true.
not without the
So it's
thing.
not. It's even though short sword proficiency lets me use it, even though I'm proficient with long sword.
Does not the yeah.
So it's not actually a short sword. So it's a good, it's a fair point. Fair point. Would be able to dual wield with it.
So it's 1d8 plus 2. Because the sun sword doesn't say anything about plus 2, but the sun blade does.
Sun blade is a plus.
I
two
think
weapon.
overall it's just it's a plus 2 weapon
with
an
the
with.
extra
sun blade with
1d8.
the
1d8
it's
extra
with this extra
against
stuff.
undead creatures. Yeah.
Okay, so it's between us.
Between
And it's radiant instead
he
of
can't
slashing.
dual wield the bow.
I can't dual wield with it. Right, I still kind of
It's
want to.
your sword shield,
but-
sword board. So.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm not actually gonna just run away with it. Like,
Well,
In fact, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Ooh, we'll see about this.
alignment.
I was kind of hoping I'd roll low to see what
might
happened.
be a better choice for this weapon.
60.
16. I mean, you kind of want it. Like, you're not overcome by anything,
But-
but
So,
you can't stop staring at it.
I think
That's-
Glendon is probably our most tank person. He's at the front line of everything.
I mean,
if
he's
Strahd ever sees that weapon, he's likely to attack its wielder with great fury.
Yeah, so
We
one of
need
these
more
guys.
survivors.
yeah, that was like yeet. No, no.
So put it back in the hole.
Let's put some illusion magic on
Like,
that
does
thing.
Fabulous
does your
Saga.
identify tell us that it's a sentient weapon? Does that?
No, it does.
Well,
Some
it's only when you
bitches.
attune to it. I think that it does that.
Mm.
But like, does the identify tell us that? I don't know. Probably.
I think it normally does. Like, I don't think it would. Sentient weapons are weird. Like, there's a lot of like GM fiat stuff when it comes to sentient weapons.
Yeah, I suppose you identify that it has a sentience.
Yeah, the details might not be readily available.
I searched on like just Sun to find it, and I'm looking at the Sun Forger now. And like,
Oh, Sunforge
that's
is
damn
fucking
cool.
like Sunforge.
It's a warhammer. You throw it, and like
And-
the Thor's hammer comes back.
Or
When
you
you
can
throw
throw
it,
it and
it
it's a
explodes, and then it comes back.
Now that I want.
I know, like, that's cool.
Yeah, no,
That
over the
would
arms
be-
would try. Anyway, let's move on.
I mean, we can continue to discuss it like later. We don't
Or
have to
saying
right
both.
now.
We've got a long journey ahead of us. Although, are we going there anymore?
Like-
We've got the blade.
That's a fucking good point.
Yeah,
Like, I'm gonna be honest, we're not too far from the Amber Temple. It might
It's
be
over
worth...
the mountains.
Oh, it's over the mountains.
It might be worthwhile to have a look to see what good is guarding, and
She said it
see,
was quite powerful.
see if we can align ourselves. Now that we have the sword, we've got extra power to help us. They might see it as a
can we have this discussion away from
Yeah,
the
perhaps
creature
perhaps
that's
on the road, and perhaps it like I don't actually want it, but like we should hide that.
I don't trust that storm. I have no idea if it's intentional or not. I don't trust it.
I wonder if there's a way to permanently disguise it.
Disguise.
I can temporarily disguise it, certainly.
I can disguise myself. It extends to what I'm wearing, what I'm using.
What's the range on detect magic?
60 or 30.
What is that?
I think. I don't have it up because I looked like I got sunlight. Oh, I'm not sure it's there. Detect magic is 30 feet.
Okay.
I run around in circles until I find out what it. No. Yeah, I sort of like. Are you like wearing it on putting it in a bag, wearing it on a belt? What are you doing with it?
I'd probably be putting it on the bag that Molly.
Putting it in the bag? Okay, then I'm okay, yeah, cool. No, it's in a bag. Like nothing I'm going to be bothered doing is going to like disguise it better than being inside a bag.
Are we traveling like now?
I assume we're
As
going
we
to
travel?
head back to the horses.
Yeah.
And then like we can make a decision about where we're going based on that. I assume we're going to like maintain distance from
yes.
that
This place.
shithole.
Yeah, it seems like a good idea.
When you do that, pointing back towards,
Yeah.
Breeze, you can see Baba the Saga in that giant skull floating above you, watching what you're doing. Just kind of leaning over the edge of the skull, the chin on her hands. She's probably about 100 feet up or so.
100 feet, you say? Nah, I like sort of like try to get everyone to like start moving over the horses. Like, let's leave if we can
The
leave.
horses are like on the other side.
Yeah,
of the
we've got to go
ruins.
past.
I assume we're going to. Well, in my head, we're going to like
go around a bit.
skirt.
So she's flying up in the the upturned giant skull.
Like,
Right.
I'm willing to fight if we have to, but
one
that's
hell
a
of a
fight
way
I'm
to
only
combat.
taking if I have to.
I think that's the entire group saying,
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it, honestly.
no.
We're leaving now.
I'm like, would you mind
She attacks
maybe
with
in
delay.
case something happens, maybe I could have tuned to that blade.
Great bait, mate.
Do you want me to hand it over while she's like?
How about we wait?
Perhaps while we're on the horses.
And we haven't decided who's going to end up with them.
I think I know how to disguise it.
It's moving along.
Yeah, you were doing this as we're.
Yeah.
You hear she floats down a little bit.
Little ants telling lies.
What lies?
seeking fortunes and stealing from me.
We are still heading to the temple, as we said,
For what purpose?
for the purpose that I stated. We are going to go there and see what we can do.
But you have what you want, why would you?
If you can't understand that, then, well, I guess you better ponder on it.
And you never offered us the sword, you offered us information.
We still require more information. You might have more for us. There still is use for you yet.
Perhaps we will return when we know the correct questions to ask. I'm like smoothing over them.
That's intimidating.
I wish you a good day.
Good day.
I said good day.
She starts chanting and like waving her hands in the air, forming patterns.
Can I make an Arcana check?
Go ahead.
Reaching for weapons.
I motion for you to come over
Yeah, I'll-
and
What did
like
you get?
get it from the back.
I rolled a 3, so it's
Nah.
probably like an 8.
I'm very sneakily taking the blade hilt from his bag.
Do I see it?
He's allowing me. I'm not taking. I'm not sneaking from him. Sneaking from her. Just kind of holding it.
What are you doing? She's chanting. Her voice is like carrying on the wind.
Technically, it's a 10.
Still not good enough.
Do you want us to go there or not? At this stage, we said we are going.
She is focused.
I can make a pocket space roll to go into for up to an hour.
Run.
Start that.
Yes.
So I'll grab a rope out, the 5-foot rope, cast rope trick on it.
Hey, hello. Do you want to fly up there and punch her in the face?
Actually, I can. How far away is she from us?
Probably 60 feet.
30 feet away. I'm going to make the noise of a crow in front of her.
Okay.
Draw it across. See if that gets her attention.
Make I guess just an Arcana check.
I'm not good at Arcana.
I suppose I'll let you do Deception if you'd rather Deception.
I'm not good at that either. I
Okay.
think they're about 6.
You've got what you've got then.
I was just seeing if that would get her attention. 16.
It is any medium creature can climb into it.
How big's the hole?
3 foot by 5 foot window. I'm looking at the spell.
Minor illusion
no,
is
no.
5 foot by 5 foot.
I have minor illusion as well.
With an invisible entrance. So she can't see it. And I
Once
can
you
pull the rope
in.
inside.
Yeah, but I can make a hole over there.
Who knows what she's doing? But I'm just like, whatever she's doing right now,
Yeah, we can jump.
making this and just climbing to the.
Is it an instant cast time?
Is there one action card?
Sure.
Is it cramped in that dimension?
I believe up to 8 medium creatures can fit in there.
Okay. I can make myself smaller, but we're okay.
Yeah. Like it's not super comfortable, but it's not cramped.
I assume everyone's climbing up into it.
Yeah. And the distraction is that Willow's going to fly up to her face and go, blah!
And die.
I'm going to create like a
Spells.
magical looking like
You sacrifice
swirling vortex 5 by 5 meters over like 10 feet to the right, and then climb inside the hole. Look, man.
And she
Any
knows all I'm
misdir-
doing is just going to sit there for an hour.
Any misdirection I can do.
Do I make an attack roll or it's not worth it?
That's with the wisp.
Yeah.
Is the wisp immune to like conditions and things?
It's immune to like some conditions.
Exhaustion and poison.
Okay. Yeah, you can make an attack. You're trying to like distract her.
Yeah.
Go, Wisp!
Turns out that she's just an old woman, has 3 health.
6 force damage.
An awesome deception.
Yeah, or
Method acting.
she's got illusion magic.
So this ball of like soul
Remember,
energy. What is it?
I had the pictures
Yeah,
that I sent
it's
through
like
in the
a
chat.
little humanoid looking.
Yeah, he's like a little humanoid spirit thing.
Okay. Rushes up towards her as she's chanting deep speech. Not deep speech, but you know, deep speech. Yeah, deep space speech. And it like strikes her across the face with a mighty pow.
Mighty.
And she just drops her focus completely. Ah. What was that?
Can we even hear this at this point? Because I think we're all inside the...
So I'll double check.
We can
thing.
see, but we
It
can't
says
see
attacks and
anything.
spells can't cross the entrance into or out of, but those inside can see out of it. So
Okay.
it's a 3x5 window entered on the rope, and we pull her rope inside. So we don't exist unless she has like true sight or some shit. Wouldn't be terribly surprised.
He's looking at her. You guys are
Goes
fat.
now.
And while we're in here, tuning to that weapon.
Okay, you're inside.
So it's resolved. Elise is getting the weapon.
We just wanted someone to physically hold it until that was.
Oh, this is very much not dealt with yet. So let's just wait and see what she does. I really want to know if she can see it.
The wisp is still outside though, right?
Ah, poor Wispy.
Roll initiative for it.
I don't think that's really that relevant.
How many hit points does it have? 5 plus something?
The dexterity saving throw.
Oh, yeah, that's evasion, doesn't it? Or something.
19?
Wisp is gonna solve it.
She points the finger trying to train on it, but it's so quick. And this bolt of lightning goes but it dodges it.
One spell slot down.
And you hear, motherfucker!
Because I can't give him any more commands, and he can't see me, he can use his movement by himself. So he would just, like, try and flee and hide.
That does have intelligence.
Smart as your average person.
Yeah, that's like, I'm only 11.
Smarter than your average barbarian.
And it has +4 to stealth on it.
You might ignore it from us.
So with the wisp flying away, she draws her attention back down to like the marshland below. And she kind of puts her hand over her forehead for a few seconds, and then her eyes start beaming this yellow golden light, and she's looking directly at you.
I don't think this is gonna work.
I think you might be right.
She'll fly down a little further.
Mm-hmm.
I guess she doesn't need to. And cast spell magic.
Oh, illusion good.
It's only a second level spell.
Oh,
You're
yeah.
good.
That's
Snaps
three
a
spell
finger.
slots gone.
You all drop out.
Yep, that's how that works.
How high were you?
It's only 10. Not in the 5 feet, so it's not like I barely even have to fly.
Okay, good, sure.
If it was 10 feet more, you wouldn't have been able to get it.
Yeah.
That magic.
Shall we try that again? She puts her hands together and
What
starts
are you
chanting
trying?
again.
Yes, what are you doing? If you let us know, we might be more willing to go along with it.
I suppose I can make another Arcana check.
Sure, I'll let you do it again.
Can I make one?
Oh! 26.
That's better.
I just don't want to. 27's the best I can roll, so.
What level spells do you have at the moment?
Third?
I'd say like you're aware of like future things that you could learn. So you would recognize that she's trying to cast a Gaius spell.
Ooh. The gayest spell. Is
Yeah,
what
the
I
gayest.
know what you actually meant to say.
Oh,
It's just pronounced.
Yeah.
It is a weird.
some
it
people
is a weird
pronounce
word.
it gears.
Yeah, no,
Geese,
no.
geese, geese.
Okay.
Pronouncing geese.
The
She is
Gay-ass.
casting
geese.
No, she is chanting the gayest spell.
Summon geese.
Hey, this is going to
Conjure
be fabulous.
Is there how do you correctly pronounce
I
it?
don't know.
No.
Yes,
does that
is how.
Call it Susan.
I
if it
swear
makes
you
it.
pronounced it Gaius in the past.
That's
Yeah,
how
no,
I think I
Gaius
normally
is
do
how I
it.
pronounce
Gaius.
it.
There you go.
I haven't
What does
pronounced
that
it,
do?
so I'm not going to.
It forces somebody to do your bidding or they take a bunch of psychic
For like
damage.
30 days.
Yep.
Yeah.
So big old chunk.
Oh, fuck that.
And I don't think you get to save, do you?
I think it's after the initial save. I think it's just.
Yeah,
the once
Yeah,
one
yeah,
and done.
like I think
Without
you do,
magical aid,
Dispel,
there's
yeah.
no getting out of
We
it.
need to stop her.
How are we going into this?
It- I'm gonna be honest, if she can cast that, I feel what she might be able to do to us. I think it's potentially best we just let.
What? Her manipulate us.
Yes, there are worse things than having one of us be manipulated.
About 40 seconds.
Let's just get out of range of the spell.
She can move.
So is this a bad idea?
What are you holding?
His
My
crossbow.
That's still
Like-
glowing radiantly.
Like, if you... I will back you guys up if you want to fight, but I do not think it is the correct decision.
She's attacking us.
Yes, but sometimes when you are getting attacked by a more powerful foe, it's best to not resist. Some foes, if you do not resist, they will let you go. Bears are one of these type of creatures.
She's going to force us to clear out the temple.
She's going to force one of us to do it. Gears only has one target, doesn't it?
Usually.
Yeah.
Don't know.
If she's casting it at a higher level, then it's an even worse idea for us to fight her.
What level spell is it?
It's a fifth normally.
It's a 5th level spell. I don't know if it even... I think
Upcasting increases the duration.
yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm okay.
Who's
okay.
I'm trying to think who's the best at like resisting. And should we just be like,
Maybe.
One of these two.
yeah, like just like
Oh, you've got advantage on charm as well.
I do.
Can I get like that with the help action? Can I get Molly to help me on my next saving throw?
Can't help with the saving throw.
No,
Just cast help.
30 seconds.
I'm going to like you guys feel free to stop me and start a fight if you want. I'm like going to walk forwards and just sort of like hit me.
I'm gonna run and try and hide out of it, like get out of the line of sight.
Alright. Make a stealth check.
I'm gonna cast Pass Without Trace. So I'm gonna kind of like half cloak myself with the cloak and fly away with this.
Yeah, I'm running.
But you can get charmed all you want. I don't want that shit.
I'm running and hiding. I like that idea.
Okay, well, if you're running, I'm gonna run as well and go invisible.
Do we all need stealth?
If you're hiding,
Natural one.
Can I use? We have like 30 seconds.
Sure,
to
I
hide.
had.
Your racial creature.
Can I use minor
You can turn
illusion
it
to
into
like
one round.
put up something in
Oh,
front of me?
it's only
so I
for
can't
one
see?
round.
Yeah, it's only a minor thing.
Does that just
She did.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah.
Natural one.
There is that.
Died.
does that just give advantage?
This is me hiding.
If I
Yeah,
can
you
seal
can.
myself with an illusion. That just gives me a straight roll, so usually I have
I
disadvantage
hit
on
his death
stealth.
at one. She would already be targeting, so I can't.
It's
That was a pure cocked eye. Like that, it's fallen over now, but it's seriously, it's.
it was on an
like
edge
that.
that I couldn't possibly be stopped on. 15. It's not
the worst.
I rolled a natural 1, so that's the worst.
Well, it depends who she actually
No.
wants to target as well.
Yeah, it's not going to matter. She'll be able to see us. I'm not going to bother.
39.
I'm trying to hook the bait, so
Yeah, this is fine.
Alright, so if everyone's hiding and you're just standing out
Yep.
in the open,
standing up.
So am I, but I think I'm hiding.
You think you're like,
He's trying to hide.
you're like, find a twig.
I panicked.
You alone.
Alright, so I guess Real Dare can make a wisdom saving throw.
It's for charmed, so
It
I
is
get
charmed.
advantage.
one of those is real
That's
bad.
an 18.
18?
Yeah.
Let's go close.
If this succeeds, we definitely know we didn't want to fuck with her.
Or if it fails.
As in if her thing
Yeah,
succeeds.
yeah.
You stand there, ready to accept or resist. She lets the spell go towards you, because you're the obvious target that's visible. Well, I frankly.
More
that bumbling
willing
idiot.
target.
Apparently willing target.
And you kind of just focus using your like elven meditation, and you feel the magic just wash over you, like water washing over a stone, and it just recedes back. You are unaffected.
Alright. I want to pretend that I am affected.
Would
And
she
say-
know if it succeeded?
Uh,
I think that's a thing.
Yeah, I think.
If there was concentration, then definitely.
Well, okay.
I-
It's
Uncertain.
I don't
is,
think it's
but
not a
yeah.
concentration spell technically. So plays magical command, forcing it to
I
carry
feel
out.
like a lot of things say like you know if they succeeded or
Yeah.
failed.
Yeah, like
Well,
Zone of Truth, I know says
Yeah.
you know who's failed and who's succeeded. And if it's concentration, you would like. I'm pretty sure you get to know that.
There's nothing specific in the
I'll let
wording
you
of the
try
spell.
because it's more fun.
Okay, yeah. So rolling deception if I can,
Yep.
and so what is it you require?
You have to deceive her first.
Yeah,
Well,
this-
I'm
his
like
intent is to
bowing
deceive.
my head. What
Doesn't
is it
she
you
give the
require?
command as part of the spell?
Technically,
You can
but
I think you can change the command though, or maybe not. Oh, it is just the one command.
it must
Yeah.
succeed on a wisdom save or become charmed by you. While the creature is charmed by you, it takes 5d10 psychic damage each time it acts in matter directly counter to your instructions.
That's fine. Do your deception check now. I don't want to get too hung up on the rules.
Yeah, I think that's 20? 17.
17.
Yeah.
Retrieve the sword from your companion and return it to me immediately.
Of course, and I'm going to start looking
Good
for.
fucking luck.
Perception check. Impossible perception.
Oh, look, I failed.
Because didn't you get like
39.
Yeah.
Elise,
I
Elise,
can't even
I
find
need
you.
the sword.
I can't even find
What did you
myself.
get?
14? No, but yeah, training 14. I start rummaging in bushes around the place, trying to look for Elise. At this point, I'm like, I'm legitimately looking for her because I don't have to do anything about it.
What the fuck is Elise?
Wait a minute, whether like, I'm not lying. at this point.
Elise has a tendency to disappear. We will find her
I
and
like
bring the
walk.
sword back.
I walk back over to the hag and say, I think if we go, she might return to the group, and then I'll come back with the sword. I can roll deception again.
Yeah.
13?
Although she'd be
15.
she knows she's under the influence of if you don't do it correctly, you're gonna get fucking hurt.
Probably not.
I can survive it.
Yeah, definitely.
On average, I'd die.
Yeah.
Well, on average, I go unconscious.
Yeah.
Then I wake back up the next day and go unconscious again.
I could increase your max hit points by 5.
I don't think you can change the command.
I don't think you. Yeah,
It's just
have a
your
look.
instructions.
It's just
I don't know.
a
So do you set a set
you
of
place
instructions?
a magical command on a creature.
Does it say anywhere later that you can like change?
No,
the-
it doesn't.
Fair enough. I think a suggestion that you can do that. You can give a new suggestion or something like that.
Should you issue a suicidal command, the spell ends.
Honestly, you trying to take something from Elise. It's a little suicidal.
That actually is true because if you try and take it, Elisa's going to hit
Yeah,
you.
but the thing is, I'm banking on her thinking the spell succeeds.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to bring that part up.
Uh-huh.
So, 15 deception.
Okay.
I head back to the horses.
I follow.
Everyone knows Frank follows.
Stay where I am. I'm like, do I see her following?
Also follow, yes.
Okay.
I call for
Frank, we knew you were there the whole
I'm out of hiding.
I wasn't.
I'm gonna wait to see if she goes away. Because your crossbow stood low, yeah?
Yes.
That's why you're one on the stealth check.
So is she
Oh,
following us
Still
far?
let it go.
Did you or no?
She's just following you
Okay.
at a slight distance in her skull platform.
So just like start whispering.
So are we...
Get me in the temple, she won't follow us anymore.
I'm saying out loud. So we should head to the Amber Temple, right, guys?
That is what we said we would do.
Yes, so let us go to the Amber Temple. I'm sure...
Elise will probably meet us there.
Yeah, I'm sure Elise will meet us there.
I can't hear any of that,
Yeah, but
but
fuck you, I don't care.
I know. But like, because I can see your light. So I'll follow behind it like 200 feet in the air.
So to get to that, you said it was
I think it was beyond the mountains.
south, like beyond this. We kind of need to get across that
Just,
river.
it was due south, I think she said. Yeah. So we're thinking down here.
This character got to
Yeah,
be a
I don't know
lying
how
bastard.
we might go up and around here.
Just like it's creative. What?
Do we want to go like southwest and follow the river along,
Sure.
and then go across the river at the bridge, and then go up?
Makes sense.
along
What's Baba Yaga doing?
Watching you all with great suspicion.
there? We're hopping on the horses and doing exactly what we said we would do. I'll break out some food. Do you want some food?
You're
You're on another horse.
Yeah, I'm on another horse. I'm very scared, and I'm trying to maintain cover. So I'm pretending to be single-minded about this thing. Is she still behind us?
Just keep on riding.
Okay.
She only
boy,
follows you
Reinhardt.
to about the edge of the marsh and stays.
So eventually, if I was to continue following them, she would lag behind.
So
I'll get you to make another stealth check
Sure.
to get past her.
Will I still have the path of that trace is within the hour?
Yes.
I told you guys it was the gear spell, didn't I? Or like hinted at that sort of.
34.
Because I haven't like
Have a plus 20 with this
stated that the
puzzle that
spell
phrase
didn't
active.
work. And it's one of those things where you guys shouldn't necessarily believe me if I did, because that's the way the gear spell works.
I don't believe you.
If
Okay.
you're under the influence, I still want to go to that temple.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And
If someone's going to be able to fix it,
I also just assume there's like a vague assumption that if I ever lunge for that sword, something bad will happen to me.
I think the moment you start lunging for that sword, it would break. We don't know that, but because that'd be
No. If I have a visibility. Like it's not suicide.
And I have detect magic on Paul.
I don't think it
It-
works on invisibility.
My light does.
You'll sense,
Oh,
hey,
you
there's
get
something
the
in
lantern
magic around
does.
here.
Yeah.
That would work.
And I'll just put a ball of fire in that. Like, actually, no, I got rid of that spell. So yeah.
You can prepare it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So you're just heading onwards towards the Amber Temple.
Yep.
I think the idea was I'm just going to commune with God and tell him our plans.
Deception noises.
It's always good
So
when
we
you
were
just make
thinking
room
of,
for-
depending on how much room is over here,
Am I losing?
either follow down around here and get to this
Hey,
bridge
listen,
so we don't have to
wait,
try and go
am I losing?
across the river. And then you said it's like down here somewhere.
I think my
Yeah.
best, if I was
Yeah,
here,
and then from up
I'd
here
have
we
to go
can
for it.
follow a path. It
Is when
says
everyone's
path, so I'm
asleep
assuming that
across
might
from
take
you,
us.
interfere and then
Yeah,
take
like
it.
between
Yeah.
the mountain and the forest.
Yeah, but I
Yeah, we
would
might be
fly
able to
away
make our
from
way
it.
around to it.
Yep.
So I don't know what's at that bridge because it looks like there could
yeah.
be something.
It'd be difficult to.
Yeah, maybe take it and then interfere.
That sort of thing might work.
Take it in your sleep is definitely the correct decision.
With my weapon of warning, that might be hard.
Yeah.
What's the specific things of weapon of warning?
Uh,
Can't be surprised.
advantage on initiative, and I can't be surprised.
No, I'm not attacking you.
That's true.
I'm just taking a thing off you.
You'd be surprised if you woke up without this.
Exactly. So I can't be surprised.
It's the
So I wake
raw
up and I already
surprise.
know it's gone. I'm like, fuck.
You've known all along. It's like I've known this all along.
I'm still asleep. I can't do anything about this, but fuck!
I will wait after the because I was attuning this whole time, so I'll wait after the hour following them before I'll go down to convene.
I'll get you to make another wisdom saving throw for me.
He's maybe 12.
12. That chest that she has in her chest, like,
I saw it and I knew, and I was like, oh.
you feel this great sense of curiosity and greed come over you.
Do I like? Did she stop at the edge of the marsh area and just stayed there? Didn't go back?
As far as you know. But this is like during the hour you're waiting.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Just
So
the
what?
thoughts are like, ooh, I wonder what it is. What could be in there?
From the size of it, do I think I can carry it?
Cheese up to
No.
that.
And I'm not proficient with thieves' tools or anything. I don't think I can open it. So
But that's hardly the point.
I know, but there's nothing I can do with it. I could maybe convince these people to come back and get it.
You can always bust the lock.
Maybe.
I think we already want to kill her at some point.
It's true.
Just
If
a couple more.
if I think that she's like, I assume I know where they're headed.
I'm not saying you have to go back. Just there's a heavy temptation that
Heavy
weighs on your
temptation.
mind.
I mean, there was already the temptation before there was the compulsion. I was already there. Just kind of forcing that. Fuck it, yeah. Okay. Yep, I'm going back.
Take your backup character ready?
Yep.
Cool.
I don't know, he gets like 40 stealth. Like,
Well, only for the hour.
Can't you just
His
recast
character
Not anymore.
dying isn't
That's
as
my
bad
second
as
level
us
spell, and I already
losing
did
goddamn
retro.
self.
yeah. Alright, make a stealth check.
Yep. Is it still within the hour?
I'll say yes.
34 again.
Jeez. Okay. You do notice by the time you head back, she is back in her hut.
She's in the hut.
She's in the hut. You see, she's taken one of the goats up with her and is in the process of like sacrificing it. You see the iron bowl that she has is just full of goat's blood, and the carcass is lying on a bench, kind of bleeding into the bowl.
So is there windows on like the other sides of it?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be on the floor. And is it like behind her as she's focusing on that? Is the chest behind her?
At the moment, it is.
Fuck. She's back. Maybe I can't. I want it. I want it. My precious.
Seeing the situation,
Yeah.
do you want to make another check to overcome
I'm going to
temptation?
try to overcome the temptation.
Yep, you're dying.
That's a 6. Alright.
Seeing the chest
Yeah,
just...
yep. Alright then. Would I know how fast you could move in that skull thing? From the... If I could gauge how fast you could go.
You'd probably estimate around 30 or 40 feet.
Okay, so she might be able to catch me. No, I don't know any of that. I had an idea, but I'm like, I don't know any of a bunch of what just happened with you guys. Like, I wouldn't have that idea. Yeah. Would I? Alright. Yeah, I'll attempt to very quietly, rest into the window, looking very quietly, climb inside.
Mm-hmm. She doesn't notice you so far.
Yeah. And I'll go over the chest. Is it locked?
Do you want to investigate it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit. Wisdom save. 19, I think. Yes, 19.
With your investigation, you don't think it's locked, but you do see magical inscriptions around the lock.
Trapped. Or magic
figure it's trapped.
I don't think I would. I can't have any. I can't. There's no way I can disarm magical traps.
Yeah, you can disarm by opening.
That's not disarm. That's trigger.
Wow.
Get behind it and open it so it flies towards her.
Like, and like, how big is it, roughly? Like,
This is you. This is it.
that's the whole house.
It's bigger on the inside.
Probably
A hefty chest.
3 foot long, maybe.
Big juice.
Like it's long.
Like, I feel like it's made of wood with like brass rims.
Yeah.
That's not impossible for you to carry.
Plus the
What's this one?
contents.
The contents of who knows how heavy.
Yeah, but you've got no idea what those are.
I mean, yeah. Seeing that it's magically trapped, I will try to lift it very carefully.
Let me just check.
if he gets away with it.
From behind. So like the opening is like away from me. So if it somehow springs to kind of go that way.
Serious. Yes, stuff knows like he's demon thing. Obviously.
Yeah, we don't know specifically what, but like, yeah, no, there's something going on there.
What if you put the chest in the rope?
Use these spell slots.
Yeah, I can't. And B, it's a stationary rope trick.
Yeah, but the effect from opening it would be contained inside the other.
I guess I could be quiet about it, maybe. But still, spell slot's gone.
I can get kind of interested.
It's bad. We need a big bag of holding.
You need to get proficiency with these.
Or
That's what I need.
Huh?
I have it.
I know you guys do, and that's why I'm like, fuck, I don't do this.
We're thieving
But,
bastards. But
maybe I just need to get a set of thieves. Even if I'm not proficient, I just need to get a set.
Maybe you just not need to be not such a greedy fuck.
I can't do that. That's not my power anymore.
I think you need to get better wisdom saves.
That's the plan.
So you're picking the chest up.
Yeah, I'm just trying to very carefully pick it up.
Okay.
I'm doing cartoon sneak over to the door.
Make another stealth check with
Mhm.
disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Still the plus 10 though.
Yep.
Okay. Those are good. That's a 33.
I'm disadvantaged. It went down by 1.
Can I lift it?
Well, you have.
You can't fly with it though.
No. Okay, I will.
It's too heavy for
Yeah.
you to fly.
So how? Let me just double check the wording on
You
how
have
half
a-
of that trace works. A veil of shadows and silence radiates from me.
So it's silence as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's would silence objects falling. Would that be part of how stealth works? Maybe.
Not really.
No. Well,
Like, I feel like it would help,
okay,
but like
okay,
it'd have to be
okay.
extreme example of it. Like, you
okay,
make this
I've got an
tennis
idea.
ball,
Got an
tennis ball
idea.
falling silent.
So I'm gonna very quietly, so bad, kind of back out of the room and try to lift it just up onto like the windowsill, and then I'm gonna like hold it there, reach and grab my I'll grab my mess kit, and then I will like I can see over the top of the house. Like there's a roof of the house, and then there's
There
just I want to try to toss the mess kit over the house onto the front side of the house and make a big noise there. At the same time, toss the chest over this side. So like there's a noise over there when this makes a noise.
Okay.
Trying to distract over
Make
there.
a
while
deception check.
Is anybody else sitting here going, oh, I hope that noise?
A little
No,
bit.
because I want the goddamn support.
Yeah, that.
yeah, I want the sword back.
That's,
9.
That's the.
The thing is, if he,
Alright.
okay,
So we can
So yeah.
if he's successful, then he can pay for the repercussions of his actions.
Yep.
If he fails, then his character disappears and dies. We never deal with it again, and we've also lost the sword.
So you throw.
A mess kit over,
A
so
mess
have
kit
like
over.
cutlery and things, so it'd make a loud noise at the same time of tossing this chest over here. So that at the same time.
Sure.
That's the try. That's the attempt.
I'm just like, why are you trying to make noise?
Because I'm gonna make noise when this chest falls on the
Yeah.
ground, I assume.
True.
But unless
You throw it over, it clatters on the ground, the ravens start screeching, squawking at the noise, and it draws her attention.
And yeah, so I'm trying to make it so that both things hit the ground at the same time.
Yep.
And then very quickly flying down, picking it up, trying to run away with it. What is something gonna do?
If you used your body like cushion its fall, it would have
I
made
don't know
way
what
less
the contents
And-
would sound like getting there
Beat
anyway.
the wings. to,
Last
like,
stealth
slow
check as you're
forwards.
running away. She is like on the lookout.
Disadvantage stealth check.
I'll say, because you're carrying this thing, I'll
Yeah.
say you have disadvantage.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you still have your pass without trace.
Okay. Ooh, that is low. 23.
It's low. 23.
It's a 3.
Pass without a trace is a significant spell.
My normal stealth is 22 is my maximum.
You're darting through the mist, going, fuck, 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 fuck. And you can hear the ravens kind of going off as you're just running through misty fields in the mud.
Just gonna keep heading south.
Yeah, you just keep running. Run, Forrest, run. As far as you know, she didn't see you.
Cool.
What the fuck did we just do?
So like,
we
roughly
didn't
how
do
heavy is this just out
When
of
the
is
road
it, like,
does
over
something
100 pounds?
awesome and no one else sees it.
So I assume it would be enough to like encumber me, essentially. Is that why I wouldn't be able to fly?
I'm not entirely sure.
But
Well, I mean,
enough
the-
that
the-
enough
the
that it's
crate,
that.
prob-
Yeah.
the box
It
probably
feels like
does.
there's a lot of coin in it. So that would weigh a bit.
Yeah, and plus maybe some other things. Who knows?
Yeah, actually the jingling of the coin is also very tempting. Like,
But
Roll against Brian the look right now.
if only there was a way you could have this all to yourself.
I've got maybe an idea that I can't use this today. Might help.
I could bury it somewhere and come back.
I still can't.
Chuck is a river.
Buried
Who knows?
treasure.
That could just kill me. That magical trap. That could just kill me.
And it would just be between deserved.
Do you want to head back to catch up with the group?
That is my attempt. Yes.
Okay. Like 2 hours maybe go by,
Yeah.
and Elise finally joins the rest of them
With the chest.
with a big old chest.
Also, just out of curiosity, after that time, would the sentient sword have said anything? Because I can't imagine people
What
like
you
my
doing?
The sentient sword's just like, fuck wit.
It was like
Um,
chaotic neutral.
Chaotic good.
Chaotic good.
Yeah.
It doesn't speak to you in words.
Okay. If it doesn't do anything, that's fine.
Yeah, it
No,
says
it's
in the
like,
description,
what
it's like
you do?
emotion.
It's a
Yeah, it
judgment.
expresses itself through emotions.
Okay.
So,
It probably saw everything that happened. Does it approve? Disapprove?
You stole off an evil person
This is true.
who just cursed one of our team members.
As far as I know.
Yeah.
your attunement to it, it is giving you a sense of wariness in being around you.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Like, it feels uncomfortable
Mood.
while you're holding it.
Yeah, everyone just feels uncomfortable about it.
Welcome to our group.
So
Sentient sword joins the party.
when Elise joins back up, I
Like when I get to when I think you can be able to hear it, I just clatter the chest onto the ground. Just,
I'll
why
stop the
did
horse.
you go back for the chest?
I couldn't help myself.
Elise, do you have a problem?
No.
Do we need to talk about something?
No, it's fine.
We avoided confrontation with her for
So
a
did I.
reason.
So what's in it?
I
Let's
don't
have
know.
a
I think
look.
there's a magical trap on it. I couldn't.
Taking
Yes,
risks
open it.
by yourself is fine, but you can't do it while you have the sunblade. We need that.
Elise, I think Glendon should probably have the Sunblade if you're going to take these risks.
I didn't want to say it because I get you guys don't want me dealing with that at the moment, but yeah, good idea.
It's
It's too heavy for you to dual wield anyway.
Well, you're more of a hit and run type of a dual wielder. I think this would be better for as a party with Glendon.
I don't have to use it. Anyone could just hold it. Just
well, if you're not going to use it, what's the point of having it?
no, I will if it's given to me. But as long as someone is safekeeping it.
But what if we're fighting Strahd can fly? You'll be useless against him.
Molly's pretty quick.
And he
Let's
can't
be
fly, though.
honest. If we fight Strahd at the moment, you'll be useless against him, even with the Sun Sword.
Right, but if we fight anything with flying, it's going to be useless.
We can bring it down.
Maybe.
I can summon things that fly. Big things that fly. Much bigger than you. We could bring it down.
I don't believe you. Show me. I haven't seen this before.
Before we go to bed, if I still have the ability, I will show you. It's one of my favorites. I used to turn into one for a while. Glide around.
Why do you... Have you got some sort of compulsion to not give up the sword?
Such an amazing sword.
Yes.
I get that,
We're
but
all
you
here
can
to work
see
together.
how when we know that she has the ability to manipulate our minds, you can see how we would...
Why are we going
Really,
back there? Why
re-
would we go back there?
No, I'm worried she's already done it.
You
What do
have
you
been
mean?
You
manipulated
spent
before.
a long time. You went into her house and got a chest.
Detect magic on me. See if I'm affected by a charm. You'll see if you... Or identify me,
Okay,
whatever.
like if I think that's going to work, like I feel like that'd probably pick up most compulsions, so I'll give it a go.
You'll probably see one.
Cool.
Will they?
I start casting detect magic as a ritual. I'm gonna need you to put all the magic items you have aside so I can get a clear reading.
Including the sunblade.
Caught me in a trap! Oh, that's a loss. It's gonna take a while.
I've got 10 minutes until the spell's ready to cast.
How many magical items do you have? Last time I looked, it was only...
1, 2, 3.
Like-
Like, you guys know of like 5.
Yeah. That won't take very long. I can see most of them on you right now.
I suppose.
Why don't I hold on to the sword then?
Big brain.
How about
I
we just
can't
put
even
them on the
use it.
ground?
I will hold on to the sword. Have I ever lied?
Do I believe that you're going to give it back?
You can roll insight.
That's what I'm going to do.
God, you're such a crack addict.
13.
You probably don't believe that I'm going to be 100%, but I might give it back. I don't trust you, is what
Fair.
you're getting from me.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it was the
Uh-huh.
whole stabbing incident, but
Yeah.
But if you insight me on a daily basis, I probably don't trust you at this point.
As long as you give it back.
I'll give it back to who we decide to give it back to.
Nice.
If he declined, I was going to heat metal at him.
You'll drop it one way or another, boyo.
And then I will take off the cloak. It's like, these are just going on the ground. Take
Yes.
the cloak off, put them standing on the cloak.
Like the cloak we decided as a party for you to have.
And then
But
the
would you
dagger.
stand like that? I need you to be away from them so I can get a clear reading. Like
Yeah.
that's the whole point of.
You'll go over that way.
Do you,
But don't you steal my things.
You are
It's like-
proving our point here, Elise.
I don't-
Without even
I don't
any of
think we
this,
need
you are
this
proving
spell.
our point.
I'm pretty certain something's wrong.
yeah.
At least until we feel like we can trust you, I think the Sunblade is not meant to be with you. We can keep it and not use it anyone, and no one else can attune to it if you wish. But I think it's too dangerous to leave in your hands. You're under someone else's control quite often. Until we...
I found all those potions. I handed them out.
Yes. You did.
Hey man, I gave you all 5 cents. Like, what do you want from me?
As I have healed many of you.
I feel this as well.
I have taken many hits for all of you. I have nearly died for all of you.
Metagaming. Shazor died to save you.
We are not out here to hurt you, Elise. We are here to help you. But we cannot have you lose a powerful artifact like this. And we cannot let it into the hands of the enemies. I hope you understand.
Unfortunately. Dagger.
I still wouldn't mind the detect
Short
magic spell
sword.
just to see if there is a
Uh,
compulsion thing.
Glove. Bag.
And you'd be starting to reach really fast.
Oh, no, I've been
Yeah.
casting it for like 10, well, however long it's taken this conversation. to
I
be
am.
going on.
You're free?
I am moving away from the things. I am staring intently at it.
That's fine.
Yeah, I cast detect magic as well.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, yeah, trust me, yeah, it makes sense.
You don't detect any influence, obviously.
Well, I didn't expect detect magic to work that way.
Oh no, I super didn't expect detect magic to work.
Glendon makes a feign for the items. Like
You find yourself with a dagger for it.
well, no, he doesn't run up to them. He just takes like 3 quick steps. Joking.
Perception check, just for the hell of it.
See how good the Josh is.
That's
like
Super obvious.
5 at best.
You're just like,
even though there's still like the because even though you're joking, I'm like
So, what's this with a arcane sigil on this chest?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at it with my detect magic up as well.
While we've got it.
Have a look around.
so I'll be like, are you satisfied?
School of Magic. Fuck shit up.
there's
Go
a
ahead.
glyph of warding on the chest.
Okay, I go over and cloak.
What's the glyph
Dagger,
of warding
short sword,
do?
If
bag.
you trigger it, a spell happens.
Yeah.
I
Often
can-
the rune explosion.
I can reduce it.
Hmm.
If it goes off, I cannot. I'm not very good at making it go away.
I could use Mage Hand to trigger it from a distance. Depending on the spell, depends on what the effect might be. It's not a guarantee.
Well, let's go sit it in the middle of the field over there.
Okay.
The spell as it casts.
So you
Summon
take
Bobby
I'm
Yaga.
sure you don't want to try and just turn it off.
Spell magic.
Just
I don't have to spell magic. I could try using Arcana,
this is
but yeah, that is an acceptable answer. I can't dispel it.
I'll try and stand in front of the squishy mage just in case something comes straight for him. It might hit me.
I find the longest tree branch I can nearby that is under 10 pounds, and I use the Mage Hand on that tree branch.
I'm 120 feet back, taking the dodge action with Molly.
I'm like probably like just behind and to the side of you, like same distance, just because I want to see what's inside.
And I try to like
I open it
push
up.
open the door, the lock.
You flick it open and it goes, explodes. A big arcane explosion. I'm not sure on the read.
The stick takes 88 fire damage.
How far away are you?
Mage Hand's
My
30
hand's
feet.
30 feet, so
Okay, yeah, it's a
Slightly
20-foot radius sphere of, let's say, lightning damage.
no, my stick is dead.
You open the chest. There are a lot of gold pieces.
Are the gold pieces magical? Good.
We're in Barovia, we don't know.
1,300 gold pieces.
1300. Yeah.
500 gold gemstones.
So 500 gold worth of gemstones.
No, 500 gold.
Oh,
gemstones.
500 gold.
A vial containing oil of sharpness. 2 spell scrolls, which you identify one as Mass Cure Wounds, one as Revivify. A pouch containing 10 +1 sling bullets. There's a set of Pipes of Haunting.
Ooh.
And there is a Stone of Good Luck.
Spicy.
Ain't you guys glad that I stole that?
I'm glad that you succeeded.
Yeah.
If you failed, you probably wouldn't be here.
Probably.
Well, I think it's getting a bit late,
Yes.
so we'll call it there and look at the Amber Temple,
Split the loot in chat.
including the Sun Sword.
Yep.
Yeah, we can have an online discussion about that, so
That
we
would
don't
be a
have
horrible idea to have a long discussion about that.
Oh, it's gonna be a long
Why do we need
conversation.
our discussion?
to. Yeah, no, that's true. You've got your whole you've got to roll for stuff while we're having that conversation.